E, 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 e.
Carla, tô no canal Inglês. Tô no canal Inglês agora, mas o cara parou com a furadeira, filha da mãe, cara. Já fechei tudo aqui. Nem acredito que ele tá. Ligou a furadeira. Tá me ouvindo no canal Inglês? Eu tenho noise canceling aqui, né? Mas sabe como é que é, né? Você fica pensando se vai sair direitinho o som. Tô falando agora. Tá me ouvindo? Ó, tô falando no canal Inglês. Tô no canal inglês, tá me ouvindo? Aí, agora sem ruído, filha da mãe. Parou aqui. Putz, vou te falar um negócio inacreditável, cara. O cara ligar uma furadeira bem agora. Eu vou merecer um negócio desse. Tá bom, então por enquanto tá joia no canal. Se não, eu vou catar o computador e sair correndo lá para outro quarto ainda para ver. Tá, ok. Vai falar no inglês, né? Vou sair daqui, peraí.
Bom também, né? Como é que tu ia me escutar? Eu tava com o microfone fechado. E agora? Agora sim. Pois é, eu estava com o microfone fechado. Eu te escutei muito bem, perfeito, sem ruído nenhum, nenhum barulho de fundo, nada. E como é que está o som aqui? Tá claro? Tá bom? Tá ok? Ah, ótimo. Então o nosso teste funcionou. Obrigada.
Olá, pessoal, bom dia. Vamos começar em 5 minutinhos. Por favor, podem tomar o lugar de vocês. Pessoal, pedido de luz. Tem muita gente colocando a bolsinha na cadeira do lado. Isso está dificultando com
Many
que os
people
outros
here are placing their purses or bags on the seat next to you, so please place your backpack on your lap or under the chair. Some people are coming in. We have a lot of space. It would be very interesting if you could show empty spaces for people to sit. Thank you so much.
Pessoal, esse canto da esquerda, aqui de quem entra, tem bastante vaga. Então, esse lado aqui. Tem bastante vaga aqui, ó, para esse lado. Temos muitas cadeiras vagas aqui nessa lateral. Os painelistas, palestrantes também podem vir aqui para frente, que tem espaço reservado.
There is space for panelists here at the front, so you can come over here, please, to the front.
Tem vaga aqui para a direita, pessoal. Pode
There is a place
entrar.
here on the right.
Desse lado. Tem vaga aqui na frente também, meinho. De café. Vamos começar? Vamos, que aí. Olá, pessoal. Bom dia,
Good
bom
morning,
dia.
everyone. Good morning.
Me senti a professora agora,
I
amei.
felt like the teacher now. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third edition of the Investment Impact and Sustainable Businesses in the Amazon. This is done by Impact Hub Manaus, Idesam. It is a great pleasure to have you all here this morning. We will have a day full of activities. So I'd like to give you a few warnings there. We won't have a pause or an interval for the coffee. We are a little late. But during the intervals here, you can, of course, leave. There will be coffee available for you. The bathroom, toilets, restrooms here, they are all outside, and you can see where they are. And download the app Event Tour. If you haven't downloaded that yet, it's important that you do so, because it is the only way to ask questions. So if you haven't been able to get in, please ask your colleague next to you how you can download it, because this will be the only way for you to ask questions. We know there are some people with difficulties to do that, so we have a technical team here to give you all the support you need. I think these are the main notices that we have to give you. I would like to ask two storytellers. Probably you already know Maidson Serrão and Tiago Haki. Oh, can you hear this noise?
Estão ouvindo?
Like a cricket, can you hear it?
É o som da floresta.
This is the sound of the forest coming into FIINSA, so get ready.
Na Amazônia,
In the Amazon, the secrets of the forest are entangled as a divine enigma. Every step that we give here in the middle of the forest is part of the universe. I am sorry, the sound is a bit cracked for us here. I hope we can get the sound back again. These are the interpreters. It comes from our ancestors. Around here. Unfortunately, we are not getting the sound from the room. We have been enchanted. What would be these enchanted places? These enchanted beings that are moved by the unknown forces. They inhabit the earth, the land, and the sacred places. They can gain the form that your imagination allows. Unfortunately, the sound is not getting here to us interpreters. I apologize. Impossible to do the translation. It's not using a microphone. It's not possible for us to translate.
No silêncio da floresta, tradução, onda de água, de verde, no coração. No silêncio da floresta, os braços em festa, tradução, onda de água, de verde, no coração. As brisas, o canto dos pássaros, o murmúrio das águas amazônicas nos convidam para compartilhar a vida. Em cada dia, em cada gota da chuva, um encontro com a ancestralidade, uma conexão profunda com as raízes que sustentam este vasto e mágico ecossistema. A estrela que reverbera no céu nos faz um convite silencioso para contemplar este vasto universo de riqueza, de beleza, de inspiração e contemplação. Os encantados da floresta nos chamam a compartilhar a vida que se constrói no coração da Amazônia. Mas a Amazônia não só nos convida para um mergulho em suas águas, não só nos convida para sentir o abraço suave de suas brisas.
Amazon invites us and appeals to us.
Clama por seus animais.
The forest appeals for their trees, for their water, for all the diversity that is part of the Amazon. And it calls us so that together, hand in hand, we can be responsible, accountable for caring for this natural heritage that we have, so that we can still be able to see this beauty in the future generations. the interpreting booth apologizes, but unfortunately we don't get the sound. They are not using a microphone, so it is not possible. At the moment, what they are doing, they are singing a song in an indigenous tribe language.
Esse canto que acabamos de ouvir é do povo Maraguá.
This song that we have just heard comes from the Maragua people. It says, the sky belongs to everyone and it is for everyone. You and I, when we sing, we are allowed.
No dia de festa, o chamado para que todos
We have a
possam
call so that everyone can be happy, so that everyone can share.
isso que esperamos do terceiro FIINSA, encontro de compartilhamento, encontro de aprendizagem, mas principalmente seja um encontro de alegria, de uma alegria vestida pelo canto dos pássaros amazônicos. Aqui no evento, no terceiro FIINSA, vamos ter salas temáticas com os nomes dos encantados. Que os encantados possam nos emanar boas energias. E, Tiago, você nos presenteou com uma bebida. Explica para a gente qual é o significado dessa bebida. Essa bebida é o sapão. É a bebida sagrada do meu povo, do povo maior. O pão, feito da semente de guaraná, do pirarucu. Nós tomamos o sapão em momentos de celebração como este. E nós entendemos, nós compreendemos que quando nós tomamos o sapão, nosso energético natural, nós também estamos nos vestindo com a sabedoria dos nossos ancestrais, com a sabedoria das forças dos encantados da nossa floresta amazônica. E quando tomamos o sapão, antes de irmos para as pescarias, para as caçadas, nós estamos tomando a alegria para construir um mundo dia. O Tiago, esse que nos fala tão bem, ele é escritor, poeta, tem mais de 16 obras publicadas, é bibliotecário e morador lá de Barreirinha. Eu conheci durante a minha pesquisa para o Pavulagem, ele é o contador que aparece na última história, A Noite, Quem Não Dorme Não Sonha, que ele conta a história da noite, a origem da noite do povo Maué. E o Tiago, ele retrata a literatura indígena nessas obras, além de contar histórias também da literatura indígena, algumas de sua autoria, outras do seu povo. Marcosson Serrão, que teceu essas palavras a meu respeito, também conhecido como Pavu, jornalista, mestre em ciências humanas e, como eu, contador de histórias. Ele é o criador do podcast chamado Tradução, que faz uma viagem pelas histórias dos encantados da nossa floresta amazônica. E como o sapão não dá para todo mundo, infelizmente, a gente gostaria de oferecer para que 2 pessoas possam compartilhar com a gente. Então, a gente chama ao palco Juliana Teles e Mariana Senamo. Pega. Pode ir para cima. Um sucesso. Tudo de bom para vocês.
All the best for you all. Thank you.
Alô, alô.
Bora. Tudo bem com vocês?
Max. Tá bom.
Obrigado, Maikson. Obrigado, Thiago.
Thank you, Maxon. Thank you, Tiago. Let's start this important business. It's much better started this way.
Todos que estão aqui nessa sala. Eu sou a
Everyone,
Manaus.
I am Julia. I am Mariano.
Queria agradecer muito por vocês estarem aqui.
I would like to thank you all for being here present with us. I hope in the next 48 hours, they are very intense for you, as the last 6 months have been for us. Maybe not so intense, Rachel, staff, but that's it. It has been done with a lot of care. When we started to dream about FIINSA at the end of last year, the only certainty we had was that we wanted it to have the same energy, the strength of the connections. We have learned a lot. And here we say that FIINSA is not a forum. It is different because it's a festival. We don't have talks or lectures. Here we have conversation and face-to-face conversation. Our objective is not to be in the comfort zone. For those who do entrepreneurship here in the Amazon, there is no comfort zone. Usually, these people do not have voice in great events and international forums about business investments. And this is what we want to give place to here. Our first edition in 2018, the discussion of sustainable businesses and impact investments were very distant. Bioeconomy, which is so much talked about nowadays, at that time wasn't. 6 years later, we are here. People haven't spoken like that about the Amazon ever before. So we have been in G20, the International Forum, and FIINSA. Can you feel the size of this moment that we are going through? It's not for no reason. The destruction of Amazon is the biggest carbon emission source in Brazil, and this is what places us in the biggest carbon emission country in the world. It limits our rain, it influences the catastrophe that we have unfortunately experienced in Brazil, and it influences the hurricanes which are happening in the south coast of the USA. But most importantly, it is this that has been generating droughts and the burnings which are affecting the lives of so many people in the north of Brazil. So we ask, in spite of all the buzz that has been going on, are we advancing in the right speed? Who suffers the most? Have they been taking part in these conversations? In spite of all the looks, the social reality here has changed very little. We are still with the lowest GDP in the country. The 20 worst cities to live in Brazil are here in the Amazon. How can we overcome this contradiction? How can we make all these promises and investments to become concrete results for the populations who live here? These are questions that we would like to answer in the following 2 days, or at least try to. Here, we continue believing, we continue working every day. And that's why we are all here, right? And the energy that I feel here is incredible. I look at many people. I know they are making a great difference in this world. How can we capture their energy? So many inspiring people that make it happen, entrepreneurs, indigenous people, leaders, third sector, professional thinkers, philanthropists, donators, and investors. Many people are doing that, and many times saying very little about what they are doing, making dreams become true. Today and tomorrow, There will be 2 days of immersion in the most diverse kinds of themes. We will hear the youth, we will hear scientists, innovators, people from the communities, leaderships, people who have the money and people who don't, who live the climate change problems, to be able to show that doing speaks louder than words. We have united some activists here from the region, and we have tried to give space for those who work with entrepreneurship in the Amazon. In these 2 days, there will be 25 thematic panels. 2 mornings we will meet here, and in the afternoon, we have 4 parallel sessions. It will be very hard for you to choose one. We will have 115 panelists with a diversity of gender. We have 57 women, 58 men from all over the country, and also from the region here. We have a great diversity in terms of ethnicity, gender, race, etc. Besides that, we invented one more day, which is this first immersion day. Yesterday, there were 8 simultaneous activities happening here in the city, more than 300 people experiencing these activities. So I think what we wanted to show you yesterday is a little bit of our reality, so that you can have a glimpse of what's going on today. We are truly glad that so many people have been able to take part. We hope.
O FIINSA é grande festival. Além das discussões de alto
FIINSA
valor.
is a great festival. Besides all the discussions we are going to have, you will experience unique situations, connections. You'll be able to buy products which help restore and preserve the forest, participate in business rounds, pitches, investment pitches, and all the time listening to our regional music and celebrating those who do more than just speak. We will also celebrate Idesam. The microphone was very low. Thank you. I hope it's better.
Nós vamos celebrar, quando eu falo de Idesam, eu me emociono.
When we talk about Idesam, I become emotional. It is an organization that started here 20 years ago, and that makes dreams come true here. And we thought about many details that we would like to share with you. All the food here will be furnished by Boca da Mata. This is a special cooking kitchen that we have here from all the products from the Amazon. Our badges here, we have the one that the panelists have received. It's made of rubber, and that is the other one, which has been done by Sapopema, social entrepreneurs, 2 social entrepreneurs.
Além de ser menos resíduo, também
Besides producing less residue, it's a gift for you to take home. Our bags have been produced by 2 impact businesses, Bossapec and Yanda. Our glasses are a test done by a startup called FIINSA. They are bioplastic glasses. They have been to Tucumã. If you don't know what this is, you will get to know it. Our visual identity has been done by a local artist called Adna Abreu. Our scenography here has been done by Casarão de Ideias, and our coffee is all agro forest coffee. Now a round of applause.
E tem muito mais detalhes, mas a gente vai
There are many more details, but you will realize that as the event goes on. And there are many more things going on. We also have a very beautiful market with many different brands, 53 impact businesses that you could see when you were registering for the event. We will have 25 sensorial experiences. So in the afternoon, you will be able to experience. After all, this is a festival, but it's a highly responsible festival. We compensate for all the carbon emissions here, planting 200 trees
É isso. Gente, muito trabalho
and
por muita
2,000 square
gente.
meters of reforested area. It's a lot of work.
Agora, a gente gostaria
And now we would like to invite you
para nós.
to tell us a little bit about who is here in this room.
Foi demais.
Just a minute. Let's get the QR code here.
Pedir para todo mundo apontar o
Okay,
telefone para esse
Please
QR Code.
position
Bem
your
rapidinho,
camera
não
here on
precisa
this
fazer nada,
QR
é só abre o
code.
QR Code
You just open
e
this
deve
QR
dar
code
uma pesquisa.
and it will show you a research.
Quando eu ver os celulares abaixando, aí a gente vai iniciar.
Okay, when I see that the cell phones are put down, then we will start.
Todo mundo conseguindo aí?
Funcionou? Abriu? Vai abrir uma telinha verde.
Okay, you will have a green screen on your
Vai
app,
abrir uma telinha verde, depois vai ter uma pergunta.
and then there will be a question there.
Quem tiver com dificuldade, pede
If you
ajuda
have
pro
any
colega ao lado.
difficulty, please
Sempre tem um.
ask the person next to you that has managed to do it, if they can help you.
Não, não é para aparecer a pergunta ainda não.
No, you
É só
shouldn't
pra
show the
aparecer.
question yet.
Vocês estão muito
Just
apertadinhos.
show the first screen, the beginning screen.
Aí. Agora vamos ver. Vai?
Mostra o QR Code de novo. Tá.
Show the QR code again, okay?
Foi. Primeira pergunta. Super
First
simples,
question.
gente. Qual é a sua identidade?
Very
de
simple.
gênero?
What is your gender
No
identity?
aplicativo de vocês,
You can answer using your
respostas vão
app,
começar a aparecer aqui.
and your answers will start appearing here.
Mais mulheres presentes aqui na
More
sala.
women who are
Pode
present
passar pra
here.
segunda pergunta, por
Let's
favor.
go to the second question, please.
De onde você veio? Qual é a
Where
sua
are
região?
you coming from?
Quem tá
What is
presente?
the region from the country where you are from?
Sudestinos,
We
nortistas,
have
por enquanto estão
people
dominando.
from the
gente.
southeast, 100 people, people from the northeast as well. From the north, 163 now.
Interessante, hein? Eixo sudeste e norte.
Very
A gente
interesting,
fez
north
essas
and
mesmas
south,
perguntas nos
southeast.
anos anteriores.
We asked the same questions in the previous years, and we will generate a comparative chart for you
Tá
to be
legal,
able
a gente já pode
to
seguir.
see it. We can go on.
Norte dominando a participação
Interesting
dos
that the
vocês, nosso
north
objetivo.
part of the country is where most people come from. Then what sector do you
Agora, Qual
represent?
setor você representa? Dinamizadores, aceleradoras,
We have
governo,
accelerators, government, companies, startups, or impact businesses, civil society organizations, investors, banks, and investment funds, scholars in the academy, a lot of entrepreneurs here, right?
E o desafio de colocar vários
And the
perfis na sala,
challenge
né, pra
of
conversar.
having different profiles in the same
Bem
room.
aí,
So we're filled with people here
caloradas.
who
Próxima
will
pergunta,
be able
qual
to
o seu
discuss with
principal
us.
interesse
What is your main interest here at FIINSA? Why are you here? You are here because you want to get to know more about the subject, capture investment for your business, find opportunities for investment, and make connections, networking. So the red one, those who want to find opportunities for investment.
bacana, bem equilibrado.
Olha, para cada investidor tem um negócio, hein?
For every investment, there is a business here.
Nossa última pergunta.
Okay, our
Quais
final
são as
question here.
prioridades
What are the priorities that we should have to build an impact business ecosystem here in the Amazon? Do you think we need more private investment, public policies
envolver capital humano?
to develop human capital?
Pode colocar mais que um. Se quiser,
You
pode colocar
can choose more than one
mais
if you
pesquisa,
think
tecnologia e inovação,
more research, technology, and
maior
innovation,
presença ou
better
fortalecimento
presence or
de
strengthening of institutions
pilares
which are dynamic, business pipeline to
maior
attract
envolvimento
investment,
de atores
more
locais e comunitários,
engagement of local actors and communities, more collaboration among the ecosystem actors or players. We will have a panel to discuss that. And this is a theme that is recurrent. Everyone has been asking for more collaboration.
políticas públicas.
Public policies,
É isso.
Tá bem equilibrado.
that's it. Oh, okay. There's a balance here.
Obrigada.
Wonderful.
Então, pouco do...
I think
Esse é pouco do raio-x da nossa
this
sala.
gives us an X-ray of the room. We will have a survey that you can fill in as well, and so that we can do a follow-up of the evolution of the ecosystem as of FIINSA. But before we go on, we need to thank our partners who made this possible, this festival possible. Can you go back one screen, please?
Foram mais de 40 organizações.
There are
direta
over 40 organizations which are directly or indirectly involved.
E a gente queria começar agradecendo.
And we
os
would
nossos
like to
três
start
generosos
thanking our
financiadores da
three
Floresta,
funding
BID,
financials
Fundo
from
Vale,
BG, Fundo Vale, and BNDES, the federal government.
Também gostaríamos de agradecer a
We would
contribuição
also
especial
like
dos
to
nossos patrocinadores, a cota
thank
ACZ,
our
Amazon
sponsors,
Investor Coalition,
Amazon
Fundo
Investment
JBS,
Coalition,
Grupo Rede
Fundo JBS Amazônia, Rede Amazônica, Sabin Institute, Mercado Livre, Pay-Per-View.
Queremos agradecer também a
We would
Amazônia em Casa
also
Floresta,
like
Instituto
to thank
Tradução,
you, Amazônia, Arapiaú, Maraquinvade, Majon, Estúdio Moon, Natura, and Vox, who have been our sponsor in Cota Cupuaçu, Cupuaçu Cota.
Além dos patrocinadores, nós
Besides the sponsors, we counted on a number of organizations that have contributed directly in some actions. We have Academia Amazoniense, Amazônia Florestal, Assobio, Banzeiro, Bemol, Felicidade, Forest Fire, Singular Consultoria, Consultants.
Por último, mas não menos
And
importante,
last but not least, all our institutional partners. We had an incredible mobilization of these partners. Those are which officialize that. Hamas, Acrivale, Achoa, Centro de Empreendedorismo da Amazônia, Climate Ventures, Conexão Povos da Floresta, ICS, FAS, Imaflora, Impact Hub Brasil, Jaraqui Valley, Nest, Latimpacto, Saúde na Alegria, SEC, Citauri, Tambaco Valley, Tucuju Valley.
É muita gente, né?
It's a lot of people, right, to make this come true. And to reach out far, we had fundamental partners, which are media partners. I would like to thank Capital Reset, CBN, and Rede Amazônica.
Uau! Foram muitos meses de
There have
trabalho.
been many months of work for us to be here now. Our expectations are, of course, the highest. We hope and wish that you enjoy every second here, that you connect, exchange ideas, make partnerships here, and live here a little bit different from when you came in. After all, we truly believe that doing speaks louder than words. Thank you. Let's start.
A Ju agora vai me abandonar.
Who is going to depart here now? And now we'll be honored to invite the lecturers of our first panel.
Queria convidar ao palco
I would
todos.
like to invite all at once Helena Scioli, Almir Suruí, Roberto Vacchi, Eduardo Taveira.
E Rebeca, desculpa, como é que eu
And
esqueci de
Rebecca,
você?
I am sorry. How could I forget you? Rebecca Garcia as well. The panel is entitled Amazon at the Center of the World, Why Brazil Cannot Miss This Opportunity.
Bem, vamos começar.
Okay, let's start.
Tenho um enorme prazer de
I
moderar
have
esse
great
painel.
pleasure to moderate this panel.
Toda a nossa programação foi
The
pensada numa
focus
sequência
has
lógica
been
de
thought in a logical sequence where we have the different themes
criar.
and the challenges that we have to create and strengthen our business ecosystem. And in this first panel,
Na Amazônia,
we are focusing in the Amazon as the center of the world because Brazil cannot miss this opportunity. We have talked a lot about the Amazon recently. I think this has never happened before. We have seen our region in international forums, so it has been spoken about a lot, and we hope it will attract investments to generate income here in our state. However, there are still many opportunities and many challenges for the capital and for the wish to become action and this action to impact people who are in need. So we'll have a first round of questions. Each panelist will introduce themselves, and then we will come back with a round of questions. If you want to interact with the panel, please send your questions using the app. If you have any doubts or questions, please raise your hand, and anyone in our team will help you to be able to use the app to ask your questions. And I would like to start with
empresário, investidor,
the investor and a member of the council, a forest engineer, and a pioneer. I don't have enough adjectives to describe this person because this person has been in many different places of speech. Roberto, from everything that you have done, how do you see our opportunity now? Do you think we are in the best moment in terms of attracting investments? Thank you for having come here. I thank you so much for the privilege of being here. I would just like to start by saying in the administration world, in the private sector, we usually translate situations like the Amazon is going through now as untamable problems, let's say, sometimes perverse problems in English as well. And these are problems that are non-defined. Because what is the problem in the Amazon? It's very important for you to characterize that. There's a lot of interdependence. You make mistakes on one side, and on the other side, you get it right. So information and facts are many incomplete. There are many conflicts of interest because there are many different perspectives, and you have no previous reference of how to deal with that. The Amazon is a frontier. So this is a human knowledge frontier, the human civilization frontier. when we talk about the Amazon. So it's very hard to evaluate results. So this discussion whether the Amazon is the center of the world, the global Amazon, is much different from the Brazilian Amazon, which is very different from the local Amazons, let's say. The perspectives are completely different. And we have to accept that these perspectives can live side by side in the geopolitics. We have an impact on diplomacy. Minister Isabella Teixeira always says Brazil places, the Amazon places Brazil in the world, or does the opposite. The concept of sovereignty is a concept that is more and more complex, and it's far from being just territorial. We are talking about climate sovereignty, knowledge sovereignty. So we have new issues. So we cannot deal enough with the problems that we have if we think of it unilaterally. The Brazilian Amazon, or Brazilian for Amazons, is like João Moreira Salles has said. And they say the Amazon, unfortunately, is the rest of Brazil. Let's say this is an absurd, because 60% of the Brazilian territory should not be considered the leftovers, let's say, of Brazil. The public policies are disastrous. We have the worst indexes, 60% of the territory, 15% of the population, and about 7% of the GDP, and 1% of investment in terms of R&D. So it is amazing that a country would deal with the Amazon like that. We should be a country that would be proud of the Amazon.
Para os habitantes locais, a perspectiva é completamente diferente. A Amazônia aqui, ela lida e fala.
The Amazon here combines nature with people, cities with people, immigrants, and original peoples also, dreams, perspectives, vocations, and potentials that are completely unknown to most of these Amazons of the Brazil and the people. Everything is very little valued, the challenges, the life conditions and basic needs. We are talking about different visions and perspectives. We are talking about the Amazon as the center of the world, in whose perspective, of course it is. I'm sure it is. It should be for Brazilians in general too, but unfortunately in Brazil and in the world, it's not the center of the world. It's lateral. It's a new element in the geopolitics, but it's still very lateral. In the Amazon, the centrality of the people, it's not only for those who live here. It's not in the core only for the people here. It should be who live here and for the whole world as well. We should envision that the Amazon as something really relevant for everybody's lives in the world. And all the people in the world would like to give opinions and participate and contribute. And this is the dynamics we need to create. In a way, it's crucial for us to recognize diversity as a keyword. Diversity of populations, cultures, natures, biodiversity. We have been discussing that. And then we expect that someday this macro diversity is more and more valued in gastronomy, culture, and economy. And that's maybe the major challenge. It's an untamable problem. But there are ways, and we will have to learn to live with that. The Amazon has a major leadership in technology, tropical technology. None of the other countries in the world have the tech capacity and the dynamics we have been created at this time here. This is a clear example of how important the Amazon is for this type of discussions in the planet. We are talking about natural resources in general. I'm almost wrapping up. The natural capital of the world, it's almost invisible. We can measure the GDP, but it's not natural capital. And it's up to movements such as this one for global changes and how we can value natural capital. And also, we depend on it, of this capital, and we don't give it the financial, the value that the financial world should give to it.
Entering the maximum.
Então, o desafio que a gente tem é
It's a challenge we have.
contribuir para
In a way, we have to contribute to characterize this natural capital. What are the resources and the measures to value and to discuss all the challenges? We are the ones who should lead this debate. This debate is already on the table of great accountant systems in the world. Brazil has defined that in 2026, the companies will have to report their impact on natural capital, and they will also have to present why this natural capital is important for the corporate world. Many technologies of digital sequencing, genetics, we need to be part of it in a way. This relationship, so distant that we have with these borders of artificial intelligence and genetic sequencing, they must be connected to our day-to-day somehow. And we have to consider as high relevance traditional knowledge. Apparently, this ambiguity, we live with contradictions all the time in the Amazon, and we have to live with that in a very positive way. We are not supposed to be afraid of them. This is one of the challenges we've got. How to conciliate this avalanche of knowledge coming from genetic sequencing, and at the same time we have to know and value traditional knowledge and bridge them together. This is what we need to build visions, not only one vision, and ambitions to work for that. That's absolutely important. And we have to convert, going through very important points, valuing, we are always suspicious. It is not something reasonable for human beings. We must learn how to live with different people and different visions of the world, and from that to build some type of convergence. So the complex problems they have, most of the time people are afraid of these problems because they cannot understand them, they cannot deal with them. This is one of the most problems we face related to complex problems. And what we are seeing here is the opposite of that. We want to act. Sometimes people don't know what to do. And some people, that's really important, they try to simplify complex problems. Maybe all the alternatives are not going to work. Not oversimplification. What we have to do is to dive in it and to analyze and to exchange ideas of complex problems for opportunities. Untamable problems have to be untamable opportunities. Let's dive in the complexity and deal with these opportunities that the Amazon represents to all of us. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Roberto, por compartilhar sua visão sempre ambiciosa, inovadora, mais que isso, pelo trabalho.
Anxious, innovative, this work you have been doing. let's try to put all of that into practice. And I would like to invite Rebecca now as an economist. She has been a federal deputy investor. She wore many different hats. She even founded a NGO. Have you seen the opportunities we see today going through all the places, and what have you been doing to transform these opportunities? Firstly, I'm going to present myself to be able to explain to people here why am I sitting here today on this table. And it's an honor to be here. What brought me here? It's a little bit of my story, because on my journey, I have accumulated knowledge, and that's what made me see the need to invest in the Amazon. When you started talking about the problem of the Amazon, I was thinking that the problem of the Amazon is that it keeps being seen as a problem. We have to see it as a solution, and because of that, myself as an entrepreneur, I decided to invest in this Amazon that I love so much. My professional life started as an economist at the Pactual Bank in the 90s. I graduated in economy, and then I founded the NGO Maria Bonita because we understood that the role of women was essential to the development of society, and this NGO was working with women in the state of Amazon. And people who came to me to talk to me, the decisions of our country are politics. We need someone in the politics scenario, in this scenario, to help us. So I took the challenge. I was elected a federal deputy for over 2 mandates. That's where I met Mariano. It was in the National Congress in the elaboration of the RED, and I was part of it. And I'm very honored and grateful for being the first author of RED in our country. And here, even Angola, the country Angola, asked us to reproduce the model there. And why am I telling you all of that? Because I had the opportunity to get to know all the municipalities in the Amazon. That was a gift that the politics gave to me. I wouldn't have this opportunity if I hadn't spent 8 years. Do you know how many times I've been here? So that was a real gift politics gave me because of the projects we approved and we transformed into law. It wasn't to get to know my state, where I grew up, where I was born. Before I only knew the metropolitan regions, but now I've been everywhere, and I crossed the borders. I was in different communities. We needed a translator to go to these places because they don't understand Portuguese. So I went to places that voted in the morning in Brazil and in the afternoon in Peru. So I know a little bit of our reality in the Amazon, and my experience was very valid with that. When I finished my duty as a politician, I had the opportunity to develop projects of feasibility projects to our state, and then analyze the potentialities of bioeconomy as a possible economical vector of our state. And then in 2017, I started studying the ecosystem, and I started investing in startups in biocosmetics. And this partnership since 2017 has been growing strong. And what I can understand from this panel here that we are participating, even because I'm getting nervous because I can see the timer here. I don't want to take other people's time. So let's go to the topic of this table, Brazil, because of the Amazon. It's a national natural treasure. It's also economic asset, and also it's a climate regulator. And together with all of that, it brings cultures, original peoples, traditions that only they give to other generations. So we also have this mission to perpetuate this knowledge. And in investments in bioeconomy and biocosmetics, I could see how important it is to know the original peoples, because everything we have been doing is to get together, to unite the academy with the research. Today, I am the director of strategic planning of GPR Amazon, which is a company. I'm also a partner of the company, and I work in the strategic development. And we can see here, if you don't know, I noticed there is a lot of people from the Southeast. Right, Roberto, we have lots of things to. One of the things we have to do is to invest 5% of our gross profit in research and development. So we have to invest in research and development. We have to do adequate investments and see the results and see that in a sustainable way, what we can transform into products to be in the shelves around the world and generate dignity for people who works. In 1967, the Zona Franca de Manaus was founded, and it had a mission here. The mission was to develop the city of Manaus and to turn it, to transform, to bring imports to Manaus, and also to develop the countryside of the Amazon. And we failed greatly at that point. And at this time now, maybe there is an opportunity to recognize that we did it, we failed doing so. This need, this debt we have with the countryside, the regions of the Amazon. That's why we decided to invest 100% of our P&D in bioeconomy. Year, we were the only one company who invested, which invested our 100% of our P&D in bioeconomy. And I'm really proud of it, because my family is from abroad. My grandparents came from Spain. They built everything we have. My father and myself, we were born here. And the way we have to develop and maybe to rewrite this story is to invest in this state. This is why we recognize that we owe it to the society. And Zona Franca didn't really help the countryside of the Amazon. And now we have been doing our share to change that. And I like to say that because when we talk about it, other companies decide to do the same. And they think, oh, I want to do the same. So if you want, you can talk to Paulo, Roberto, or Mariano. There are many people with great ideas. Lots of things are happening. And we want to make sure that we are spreading out the word. I'm honored to participate of the project as an investor, not as a company. A beautiful project with being developed with women in the Amazon. That enriches me a lot. We have a partnership with FIIT. I'm a counselor, and we also are developing with the FIIS communities the production of the raw materials inputs that are going to be in the actives of the biocosmetics we are going to produce, we are developing. And soon we are going to be in the market. In fact, today we are living this moment. This is it's happening in the COP of biodiversity. It's really interesting because all the climate topics, it kind of dimmed the participation of biodiversity because it took a lot of time from the topics being discussed around the world. But that biodiversity is essential to control climate. So I would like to leave this message of how much we need to engage, especially, and I'm going to finalize here, especially the private initiative, because we understand that, and Paulo also mentioned the diplomacy issue. There is a bureaucracy. I don't know if Mariano remembers. Everything was ready for us to approve RED. And when at the time to do so, the Itamaraty said, no, Brazil cannot be the leader of this debate. Brazil needs the regulatory landmark to do that. And what we want is that the Amazon and Brazil are protagonists in this debate, not only in Brazil, but also internationally, that grows more and more every day. And we are here, and we have the right, and we also have to see our responsibilities. This is how I want to complete my talk, inviting all of you that believe in the strong and alive Amazon, that you help us, give your time, raise your voice. Everything is part of the movement to transform the Amazon in this economic asset that I mentioned before, this potential, so important. So good morning, good event to all of us in these 2 days. We are going to be seeing each other here. And now I'm going to give the floor to my colleagues. Thank you.
Muito obrigado a você, Rebeca, por ter compartilhado. A gente vai ter mais rodadas aqui.
Thank you, Rebecca. We have questions coming. We would like, people are asking, what's the P&D? How much do you invest? But I would like to give the floor to Almir Surui, one of the most innovative people I know, an entrepreneur that has been through many journeys of entrepreneurship to find solutions to its people, and that works with value chains.
Carbono, no Surui já venderam tudo isso e vendem até hoje, né? Então,
and then you,
por favor, se apresente, conte.
Please introduce yourself and tell your story.
Seus comentários, né, de quanto que como é que faz para transformar
leave your
discurso em prática?
Comments on how can we transform this speech into practice. Good morning.
Para mim também é uma grande alegria estar hoje aqui.
I'm very happy to be here today. Thank you, Oriana and Idesam, for this partnership.
O meu povo está no estado de Rondônia.
My people, it's in the Rondônia state. We had the first life plan of the Baité people in the year 2000, where we created strategies to manage the land. And when we talk about the Amazon here, the lung of the world, it's a reality today, where I can say that without the Amazon, there is no future. Without the Amazon, there is no life, because in many ways, not only in the environmental role,
no conhecimento que a
but
Amazônia oferece
in the
para o mundo,
knowledge that the
para
Amazon
ser um
offers to
mundo
the world,
equilibrado,
to be a
consciente.
balanced,
Então, o que a gente
conscious
tem
world.
falado
And
falar da
what we
Amazônia, ser a
have been
voz da
trying to
Amazônia,
talk about the Amazon and to be the voice of the
porque
Amazon,
acreditamos que precisamos
because we
compartilhar
believe that we need
essa
to share
responsabilidade
this
muito grande
responsibility,
que sem a Amazônia não
that without the Amazon, it's
vocês
impossible.
estão vivendo hoje na prática o que eu estou
In
dizendo aqui.
practice, you are living what I'm talking
O mundo
about
está
here.
sendo ameaçado pela mudança
The
climática.
world has been threatened by climate change, and the role of the Amazon is really important.
É uma realidade que o mundo está
It's a
convivendo.
reality
O próprio
that
Amazônica
the
está
world
vivendo.
has been going through, and the Amazon as well.
Quando fala de
When we talk
investimento,
about
parceria,
investments,
diálogo,
partnerships,
é muito importante
dialogues,
porque precisamos
is really
construir
important because we must
essa
build
governança para que a gente
this
possa
governance
utilizar a Amazônia de forma
so we can use the Amazon in a very smart way.
porque hoje eu
Because
vejo
today I can see
que
that
a ameaça vem porque não tem oportunidade
threats
para as
come
pessoas
because
que vivem.
there is no opportunity for the people who live
Quando
here.
a gente não tem
And
oportunidade,
when
a
we don't have
sociedade fica
opportunities,
frágil.
society is
Os
fragile.
oportunistas utilizam essa
And then people use
usar o
this
nome da Amazônia
fragility to use the
para que
Amazon
eles
name
possam, quer dizer,
so they can
destruir
destroy
o que a gente deveria
what
é,
we are supposed to
conseguir
profit
muito mais se a gente for utilizar de
a
forma
lot more if
planejada,
we use in a
consciente
planned,
e
conscious way
organizada.
and organized also.
Isso eu tenho tentado fazer dentro
This
do
is
meu
what I've
povo,
been
mas
trying to do
através
within my
plano
people.
de 50 anos que eu
This
criei
plan of 50
ano
years that I
2000.
created in the year
Desde
2000
preparar
to prepare
juventude, Suruí, principalmente
the
meus
youth of
filhos,
Suruí,
minhas filhas,
especially my
para que eles
children,
possam continuar a ser a voz
so they can
da Amazônia.
continue being the voice of the Amazon,
Porque é uma
because
necessidade que a gente
it's a
tem
need
como
that we
povos
have
que vivem aqui,
as a
ser
people who
transparente,
live
ser
and belong
responsável
here to
também,
be transparent
que o
and
mundo
responsible,
também possam
so the world can also
reconhecer da importância da
recognize
nossa
the
Amazônia.
importance of our
E assim,
Amazon.
Mariana, que você perguntou, qual
And
desafio
this way,
que a gente
Mariano,
enfrentou?
what's the challenge
O
we
meu
have
povo
been
quase
facing?
acabou, na verdade, né?
My people almost ended.
Toda a população
We recovered the
e assim
population,
entendi
and
que precisavam
I understood that we
dialogar
needed
com a sociedade
uh,
indígena, com o próprio
to dialogue with the
instrumento
non-indigenous society within their own means and strategies,
porque vocês
written
não
in
indígenas
paper,
acreditam na gente quando a gente fala, né? Só acreditam
because
só
you are that are non-indigenous people, you don't believe us when we talk about things, only if it's written. So partnerships were really important to help us to do that. And one of the partnerships that
estão aqui também,
that are here
como o
today,
próprio Idesam, Canidec,
as
Canindé,
Idesam,
Canindé tá
Idec,
aqui, né?
Neidinha is
falar
here
preparar, né, a
to
juventude
prepare and
para continuar o
the
trabalho.
youth to keep our work.
Está aqui também, que hoje
My daughter P is
primeira
here.
mulher
She's
dirigir
the
uma
first
das
woman to
organizações
drive an
maiores
organization, to run an organization
do povo indígena.
in Suruí.
E com essa estratégia que a
And with
gente
this
mostrou que
strategy,
era
we show
possível
that it is possible
trabalhar com crédito de carbono, na verdade.
to work with carbon
Nós
credits.
tivemos diálogo com o
We
governo,
had
diálogo com as
we
empresas,
spoke with the government and the press,
ajudando com
and we had partnerships helping us to build technically
era dirigido pela
and based on
primeiro
what's
nosso desejo
determined
era
by our people. Our
transformar o
first
território do povo
wish was to transform our land as a model of sustainable development, and we were attacked by the people, saying that our strategy was wrong, was harming the rights of indigenous people, but it wasn't. It's not right, because a lot of people, they want indigenous people to continue being miserable within its territory, to use these problems and these difficulties to talk. They don't want indigenous people to be free, to have autonomy. Yeah, we never said things before, but we started to say things now. We indigenous people, we need our autonomy. We need to be respected and respect this autonomy, to respect our protagonism.
Hoje esse projeto de carbono que a gente
in 2010 was an example that what is possible. It wasn't canceled because it was a bad project. It was canceled because the system was against it, because that was going to strengthen the autonomy of the indigenous peoples. That was going to show, that would be an example for another indigenous lands in the Amazon, not only in Brazil, but in the Amazon basin and in the 9 countries, because it was protagonized by indigenous people, and the Brazilian people respected and accepted everything that has been done. And the result is that we continue producing and respecting what's being built for this project. This project doesn't longer exist, but the activities that were elected as priority in those projects, they continue as a coffee production, Brazil nuts. We continue keeping transparency and governance of the Paquissuruí people. Now we have been disputing in Brazil as the best producers of coffee.
Saiu agora o último análise de última produção do café, que ficou 100% de qualidade, que nunca aconteceu no Brasil. Sabe de onde esse
Ever
café?
happened in
Do you
Brazil?
know where is this
Do you know where
coffee?
this came from?
Cacau, turismo.
Cacao, tourism.
Agora,
Now
realmente precisa
we really need
quebrar essa barreira,
to break this barrier,
esse medo que muitas
this
empresas,
fear that many companies have, many partners have
trabalho de parceria com os povos indígenas.
in doing partnerships with indigenous people. Without this partnership, we will not be able to build the model that can live like our friends say, live Amazon, let Amazon live.
A nossa união
We need to unite.
transformar isso.
We can only transform that.
Nós que estamos aqui sentados, vindo,
We are sitting here listening. We are responsible
tomar a nossa atitude,
for
colocar na
taking
prática
the
o
right
nosso
step to put into practice our thoughts and our wishes.
nesse local hoje.
That's why we are here
E
today.
coloco o povo
And
Paquissuruí à
the
disposição
people
de
Paquissuruí
quem
is
quer trabalhar
available
nesse
for
ambiente.
anyone who wants to work forming
Paquissuruí como
the
Então, a
territory,
gente tem esses
following a
exemplos.
model. So we have these examples. We also decided to reconsider the carbon project. We are updating the PGTA in the territory there, and very soon, in November, we will start to study the baseline for us to be able to restart Suruí carbon project. Because this is one of the systems that will truly potentialize and value Amazon, the Amazon. It is to do this project that way, to be built in a transparent, responsible way and with partnerships.
Bom dia.
Thank you. Good morning.
Muito obrigado, Almir.
Thank you,
Mais uma
Almir.
vez.
Thank you once again
E Almir
for
é
being
mesmo
here.
de-
And
de-
Almir
de-
is
os outros
exactly
Luís,
like
todos os Luís que eu
that.
conheci,
The others Luis that I
essa
have
coisa
met,
de muito
they are
cronômetro,
not
papo sem saleta,
formal.
né?
No, they go
Então,
straight to the
quando ele
point.
chama a gente para
So
trabalhar com ele,
when
é
he
isso,
calls
né?
us to work with
Relação
him,
de chefe
that's
empregado
it.
aqui, ele manda
You
a gente
have
demitir na
a
hora, e acho que é
boss-employee
assim que deve ser.
relationship. We
Queria
have to
passar
deliver
aqui
on the
direto
spot.
para
So
Ellen.
I
Você
would
tem um
like to
desafio
go
aqui, né?
to
Como a
Ellen
major, né, que já
now.
trabalhou em várias
Ellen, you have
organizações,
worked in many different
agora trabalhando
organizations,
numa
and
grande
you are now
instituição
working in a
financeira
very
nível
big
mundial. Tem muita
financing
expectativa em torno
institution.
daquilo que você vai
So
falar,
there is a
né?
lot
Você
of
sabe que
expectation
em qualquer
regarding what you
debate
will
com
say
agenda
here. You know that
financeira se vê
in
muito
any
velho. Então,
debate,
muito obrigado mais uma
the
vez por ficar à
financing
vontade para se apresentar
agenda
e
is
colocar
really
suas
important.
informações. Eu
So
acho que a gente vai ter que fazer uma
you may
rodada
now
depois, porque
introduce
está muito
yourselves
rápida, gente.
and
Então, o tempo está passando, mas, por
say
favor, se apresente e já
what
pode
you
falar tudo que
wish.
você
You
tem, que depois eu vou
can
voltar só para
say
considerações
everything
finais.
that
Muito
you have
obrigado mais
planned
uma
to,
vez por ter vindo.
because we will have a short time at the end for final
Queria
considerations.
primeiro começar pedindo para os
First of
colegas
all, I
passarem
would
só
like
um
to
pouquinho
ask my friends to see if they can go a little bit further right or back so that I can see them, because we are so aligned here that I can't see them. So I was born and grew up in the Amazon. I work as a specialist for the Amazon in the Inter-American Development Bank in the coordination unit for the Amazon. I would also like to thank for the invitation. Albidi, thank you to let me cooperate with this event. And I would like to also greet my friends who are here and congratulate Impact Hub and the others who are promoting this event to be able to foment these impact businesses in the Amazon.
Tem alguns desafios.
There are some challenges when we talk about fomenting impact businesses. One of them is
Tem-se uma tendência de
there is a tendency of homogenizing businesses in general for you to be able to scale them. There is an expectancy that you will be able to scale those businesses, but to do that, you are talking about businesses and production. You somehow homogenize it. And it's a very delicate theme for the Amazon biome because it is a sensible one. There is a lot of diversity, ecological, social. So the type of scale has to be stratified and designed for each group that we are thinking about here in this business. And another thing, I am springing from what Roberto has said, how can I organize multilateralities like BID, or how do they make a difference so that the resource will reach the edge, the cutting edge there? For about 10 years, there has been a demand from organizations which are in the territory. They had already been doing in the past, but they have a demand for resources. So how can we get the resources to reach them? So there's a trust relationship there. There is, unfortunately, a suspicion relationship of those who donate resources with regard to a small organization. But as a donator, we have a historical debt. And we also need to start reviewing our internal processes to be able to make resources feasible, viable. And in this sense, what I bring in is, when you are donating the resource, for example, to preserve, you have to bring along resources to be able to enable people to preserve that. And within those enabling conditions, when you're talking about the Amazon, you have to bring resources to strengthen organizational and institutional forces, and you have to bring also resources for territorial governance. So it is important for us to start thinking about that. And this suspicion relationship is based on a number of criteria. You need to comply with administrative criteria, and most of the time, big organizations have a difficulty to comply with those, let alone small ones. So banks, they also have to improve their processes as well. How? I don't know. I don't have the answer yet. What are we doing inside BID? In the coordination unit for the Amazon, we have a group that is called Minga. There are 3 indigenous people and a non-indigenous person. And when we get requests for support from local organizations, Afro-descendants, indigenous descendants, we build together with them a proposal. So we take the honors of building this proposal together. And this is what we have been doing, a little of what we have been doing. We created more recently and co-created with COICA a fund which is called Fundo Amazônia pela Vida, Amazon Fund for Life, where we had $10 million. We captured $10 million, and that resource will be co-managed with BID and COICA so that other organizations, other donators can feel comfortable in order to apport more resources to this fund. So my invitation here is for us to start to leave our comfort zone as donor and improve our processes, not just pass it on to the small producer. There are a number of criteria. I think we have a little time left then later to comment on that. Thank you.
Obrigado, Anne. Rápido e
Thank you,
certeiro,
Annie.
hein?
Yes, you were quick and to the point. 3 messages in 5 minutes, very precise. Due to the fact that you were very generous, perhaps we'll have some opportunity for a round of applause. Eduardo, you are in a privileged position. We usually don't invite government people to speak at the end, so you are privileged, but you also face a number of challenges. The Amazon has been going through a year of fires. We are going through a very difficult drought, which, of course, hinders the work that you have to do as an environment sector. So I would like to ask you to talk a little bit how it has been to lead the environment agenda and the connection to our agenda here, which is attracting investments. We know that you have been trying to capture resources, and we know that there are many relevant themes there for health, education, and so on, but you are always requesting the government for resources. Thank you, Mariano. Thank you for the invitation. I would be in the biodiversity COP, but due to the issues related to drought, we are mobilizing all labor we can in order to support the organizations. We have monitoring. We have around 4,000 families who are practically isolated due to the conditions of the rivers, and this adaptation to the climate is brand new, actually. Even though it seems incredible, but we need resources to be able to help. We have the cost, but what is interesting about this learning curve here is that last month I was together with the Environment Secretary for the Northeast, asking them to be able to help me develop the water capture system here in the Amazon. So you see how the climate reality has placed a new dimension to public policy, and it is completely out of the patterns that we knew before, the patterns that had been thought before, be it in terms of budget or in terms of public policies in general. Obviously, there are some issues that we feel sorry for. I like when Vaki said there is a different kind of look for the on the Amazon. So Brazil as a whole is so distant from Brazil as Europe is, as the USA is. So this is a reality that we have somehow to overcome. If we get the amount of investment that was available to help the tragedy in the south of the country, and you compare to what has been done to help the Amazon as a whole and the climate crisis that we have been through in terms of drought, well, they are incomparable, both in terms of budget and also availability for other kinds of help. So if you have any question about environment racism, this is a good comparison for you to think about in terms of public policy. And I was taking some notes here as well, and we have this gratitude for being the last one to say things here, but also somehow everything has been said before. So one of the issues that is latent in this politics experience is that you can't despise the dimension of the Amazon. I know this is commonplace to mention that, but when you live that reality, when you live that size, that dimension, it is unimaginable. Why? Because it's not a geographical dimension only, it's a historical, cultural dimension. There are layers of dimensions that impose a number of conditions for enactment that no public policy really caters for. So let's say we start from far behind with regards to that. We have the urban Amazon. I don't know if you know, but more than half of the population of the Amazon, they live in cities. We have challenges strengthening municipalities with mayors. Mayor Jair knows about that. We have the traditional Amazon, and we have the indigenous Amazon, the quilombola Amazon, the rural and the farm, family farm production Amazon. So to scale in all these different contexts is not impossible, but requires a different kind of approach that unfortunately not the federal government, state government, or municipal government you can find to be able to understand Brazil in its context. Well, some people say, mention only the territory, 1,500,000 kilometers, but if the Amazon alone were a country, it would be the 19th biggest country in the world. So the scale of mobilization for resources here, it has to be placed in place in this dimension. So why am I saying that? Not just from the point of view of disrupting public policies for the Amazon, but somehow the thought about the Amazon has to change because the world is changing and has been changing very fast. The connections of this system, which is not necessarily closed, but has many different ways of getting information in, and this complex system makes change systematically. It requires a lot of innovation in terms of public policies. And unfortunately, the public sector, well, they are not really avant-garde. So with regards to climate changes as decision makers, if you have to hire, if we are unfortunately dependent, okay, it's not a criticism, but it's a challenge to be able to promote innovation. We are dependent on a number of control sectors, understanding how we can use public resources. And this, unfortunately, prevents us from answering to the demands that we have. So these scales in this climate change action in terms of public policies should be seen in this way, not just in the resource scale, let's say. And I heard once in a meeting, I don't remember who said that, but it is not from my mind, but I heard it somewhere. I will try to find the ownership to this saying here, but this new context which we are living in, is at the same time, the capitalism from 20 years ago will not solve the problems of the Amazon. The 20 years ago, the 20-year-old environmentalism won't either. So if we cannot fix these two dimensions, maybe we won't be able to fulfill what we need, the kind of answers that we need against climate change in the speed that we will need. So why am I saying that? Because there is a misknowledge, let's say, about the Amazon. And you can see that when you have meetings to ask for resources. There should be an obligation conditioned to most countries. Most countries represent 90% of the emissions that will take us to the climate abyss that we are going through. So the condition is so serious that if all countries that have tropical forests could reduce their emissions, this would represent only 10% of the total global emissions. So I'm not shy to say that
agenda do desconhecimento na Amazônia, muitas vezes ela é
the lack of
proposital.
knowledge
Ela é
in
geopolítica,
terms
sim.
of the Amazon, it is on purpose. It is geopolitical and it is Eurocentric. And why not imperialistic? Why not say that they are imperialistic? So when you don't recognize the urgencies and the mechanism, concrete ones, that you can use to be able to face those pertinent changes, the pressure, it can be financial or from the public sector, or because you have or not nature-based solutions, this will sound like a colonialist saying that we used to have. And just to finish off, I truly believe that the solutions that the world is looking for are here, and the public policy has to strengthen those solutions which are here. So the environment agenda has to be less European and more tropical. The public policies for the Amazon should be from the Amazon, right? Brasilia has to change. The financing systems or banks need to have offices here in the Amazon. If you want to access all those funds, you can't do that in a bureaucratic way. We were discussing, Mariana, with the Fundo Verde do Clima to be able to structure the environmental system, especially supporting municipalities in terms of fires, but those representatives said, no, we can't do that. This is the state role. I know that, but if I don't finance the climate agenda, why do we need this fund, which is so rich? So we can't have the same, more of the same. The Amazon has launched a program that is called Amazon 2030, and the target is net reforestation. It's about $4 billion, which will be invested here. And especially the Head Plus, we are gathering that together with the World Bank support. I would like to thank Rachel for that. We are doing all the leveraging that is necessary based on what has been implemented since 2007 with regards to climate change, going through 2008, that with the support that we managed to have at that time, and with a decree that will regulate HED. And so this is another scale that we can start. No one starts from scratch, and the environmental agenda can only be strengthened if we understand that if you put a brick on that, the next person who will come, they have to build on that. So I hope that we can find these ways together here in this event, and I am here available available to discuss how this climate agenda financing system could help startups that could think of a better climatic future and that will respect and value the knowledge that is produced here. As I reinforced, it's the bridge for the future, for the solutions that we are looking for. Thank you, Mariana.
Obrigado, Eduardo. Gente, o tempo
Thank
correu
you.
muito rápido. Esse aqui
Okay,
é um
the
super
time
painel com
has
5
just
pessoas, é mais do que a gente tem.
flown up. We have
Normalmente, eu queria
5 people here,
caminhar para o
so
encerramento. Infelizmente,
I
eu não vou
would
poder pegar as perguntas que vieram, mas eu
unfortunately
queria
have to
te
wrap
oferecer aqui
up. I
20
won't
segundos,
be able
deixar
to
aqui
get
qual
the
que é o
question, so
desejo
I'll give you
de cada
20
de
seconds
vocês
to
pro
express
FIINSA. Será
what
que nos
your
próximos 2
wish
dias,
is.
o que seria algo de
In
sucesso
2
para ser
days,
realizado? Começando
what
pela
would
Ellen. Qual o
be
seu
your
desejo
wish
pro
for
FIINSA?
something successful that could be done here? Starting with Ellen. Ellen.
Obrigada, Mariano. Eu
Thank you,
espero
Mariano. I
as
hope
organizações que
that
estão
the
aqui consigam se
organizations which are
conectar,
here can
consigam
connect,
entender.
can understand
Negócios
that
de impacto é
impact
ecossistema que tem
business
diferentes stakeholders
is an
e cada
ecosystem that are
desses
different stakeholders, and each of
merece
those
ou deve ter a
deserve
devida atenção e
or
investimento.
should have
Você investe só
the right attention for investment. You don't invest only on the basis, you have to invest in technology as well. So we have to think collectively and ecosystemically. Thank you.
Bom, eu espero que
Well,
aqueles
I hope
62
that
investidores
those
encontrem os
62
62
investors will find the 63 organizations which are looking for investment. So I hope they get to know each other.
Bom, em 20 segundos, acho
Well,
que
20 seconds.
primeiro vida longa, o FIINSA, eu
First,
acho que essa é
long
uma iniciativa
live
que a gente já vê como se fosse uma
FIINSA. I
pedrinha
think
que a
this
gente
is an
joga no lago e ela
initiative
vai,
that is
né,
a
aquelas ondinhas vão
stone
alcançando
there,
o lago todo,
which
né?
we throw in the river, and
E
then
quando
we
eu vejo
can
aqui o
see the
sistema de
waves
startup
echoing
funcionando
there.
no
When
Brasil,
I see
né?
the startup
Acho que
systems
a grande
working here,
mensagem até que eu
the
queria ter dito no
message
final e
that I
aproveito para
would
falar
like to
é
have
que não é a
said
Amazônia
before
que
is
tem que se
that
integrar ao
it's not the
Brasil, é o
Amazon
Brasil
that
que tem que
has
se integrar à
to
Amazônia
be
vida longa ao
integrated
FIINSA.
to Brazil. Brazil has to be
Eu acho que
integrated
o
with the
ponto
Amazon.
principal é isso,
I
é
think the main
valorizar essas
point is this,
oportunidades
to
diplomáticas que
value
estão aqui. Eu
those
acho que a quantidade de
opportunities, those
oportunidades, a gente precisa olhar
untamed
com mais atenção
opportunities. We need
como
to
mundo
look
para todas
very
essas
carefully
oportunidades,
as a world to
fazê-las,
all these
reconhecê-las e poder
opportunities, recognize them
sair voando.
and make them work.
Fortalecer a aliança
I
pela
want to
Amazônia
strengthen the alliance for the
e também
Amazon
buscar
and
parcerias.
also
A
look
gente
for
está buscando
partnerships.
investimento
We
na
are
cadeia
searching
produtiva
for
do território do 7 de
investments in
setembro,
the
que é o Porto de
productive
Santos.
chain of the 7 de Setembro territory.
Meu desejo é que mais e
Okay,
mais
my wish
lideranças
is that
indígenas,
more and
empreendedores,
more
fantásticos como
indigenous
você,
leaders
possam
like
estar
you,
sozinhos aqui no
Omir,
palco nos
can be
próximos
here
edições,
on the
nas próximas
stage in
edições.
the next
Muito obrigado,
editions
gente.
of FIINSA. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ó, foto rapidinho e, gente,
Quick
pedir que
picture,
não vai ter
please.
transição, tá?
There
Mas
won't
se
be a
quiser, Débora vai trazer o
transition.
próximo painel.
Deborah
Quem
will
quiser
bring
sair,
in the
todo mundo
next
vai e volta.
panel. If you need, you can leave and then come back. Have some coffee, use the toilet.
Muito obrigada a todos os painelistas, obrigada, Mariano. Foi incrível. Super inspirador. Opa!
Very inspiring, the previous panel. I would like to ask onto the stage
O segundo painel,
the second panel, the economy of the standing forest from theory to practice, how we transform plans into a reality. We will have the second panel very soon. We are just waiting for them to come down. Thank you for your contributions. It's always wonderful to have this exchange of experiences here. Please remain here for the next panel. I'll be calling onto the stage our moderator, Marcos Bessa from Impact Hub.
Quem vai conduzir esse segundo
Marcos
painel
will
fala
conduct
sobre
the second
economia da
panel,
floresta em pé,
which talks
teoria e
about
prática,
the
como
economy of the
transformar
forest.
planos
How can
em
we transform
realidade.
plans into realities?
Obrigado,
Marcos,
É uma responsabilidade
thank
imensa daqui
you.
agora,
It is a
depois
great
desse painel, de muitas
responsibility
falas
to
bem
be
importantes,
here
mas
after
quero
so
logo
many
acelerar esse processo para que a
important
gente comece essa conversa. Então,
speeches
queria convidar
here.
aqui a Neidinha
So I would like
Canindé,
to invite
que vai estar
Neidinha
falando aqui com a gente
Canindé. She's an
muito
activist who
na
will be
camisa
talking to
e na
us
visão de engajamento comunitário, de como que a gente
based
pode
on
pensar todo esse
engagement,
território e as
community
pessoas que estão
engagement,
nele.
how we can think
Chamar a
about this
Wanda Witoto,
territory.
que é
I
uma
will
liderança
call Wanda
indígena,
Witoto, which is a
que
indigenous
está à
leader
frente de várias ações
and
do
who
Instituto
is
Itoto, mas
ahead
também de
of
Ederequine, e vem
Itoto
trabalhando com negócios de
Institute.
impacto e
She has
fazendo
been
com que
working with
esses
impact
negócios eles tenham
businesses
estrutura
and making
para que
these
a gente pense que
businesses
a Amazônia ela pode ser
be structured
escalável,
so
mas
that we
também ela
can
pode
think
gerar um
of the
impacto em
Amazon
profundidade.
as a scalable
Quero convidar
region
a
that can generate
Fernanda Naber,
impact.
do BNDES,
Fernanda
para que a
Naber
gente possa
from
ter um olhar como
BNDES,
banco de
so
desenvolvimento
that we
pode
can see
pensar
how a
ações
development bank can
que
think
vão trazer investimento
about
para a região e
actions
fazer com
that
que
will
esse
bring
investimento
investments
seja
for this region
distribuído para todas as
and
pessoas que
help
dele
this
precisam.
investment be distributed
Trazer aqui o
adequately.
Denis Minev,
And I will bring Denis
CEO
Minev,
da Bemol, mas mais que
BMO
isso, né,
CEO, but
entusiasta de
much more than
Amazônia,
that.
super
He's an
investidor,
enthusiast for the
e mais
Amazon.
que isso,
He's an
pensador
investor
de
and
Amazônia.
he's an
Por
Amazon
fim, não menos
thinker.
importante, o professor
And
Virgílio
last but
Viana,
not
da
least,
Fundação Amazônia
Professor Virgilio
Sustentável,
Viana
com seu
from
papel de
Sustainable Amazon
rede e
Foundation,
de como articular vários atores multissetoriais para fazer com que toda essa
working on how
economia
to
saia da prática
articulate
e
different
saia da
sectors
teoria e vá para a prática.
for all that we wish for to be put into practice.
Feliz assim, nesse painel tem três pessoas que foram
There are
foram e são
three
de extrema
people who
importância para a
are
gente do
of
Impact
extreme
Hub, né?
importance.
Para
They have been invested a lot in that. Professor Virgilio, who opens the door of the foundations for us to be incubated there until we had structure enough to work on our own, and Wanda, who has been helping us accelerate businesses which are essential to the development of this impact system in the Amazon. So now we'll talk about forest economy.
Qual é esse cenário de Amazônia, onde a gente está, se a gente está na crista da onda ou não, e a gente
Okay,
já
we
vai para a
want to
economia da
check
floresta,
if
né? O que
we
essa economia da
we
floresta
are
pode
here
ser
in
para
our
essas
prime,
pessoas
who
aí
needs to
que
be
vivem
there,
da floresta, e
what
como que
does
essa
it
economia da
mean,
floresta ela
and
faz
how
com que as pessoas que
this
estão nela façam
makes
parte desse
people
processo
who are in
e
the
contribuindo diretamente, ao mesmo tempo que a gente diminui todos os índices negativos dessa Amazônia. Então, são muitos fatores que devem ser
Many
pensados, mas todos eles
factors
são
that must be
significativos, já
thought
que a
about,
gente
but
quer
they are
que a
all
Amazônia seja o
meaningful.
centro do mundo e que a gente não
If we
seja mais
want
o
the
problema e
Amazon
sim
to
a
be
solução.
the center of the
E aí,
world, and we
como
want to
fiz essa
be the
apresentação rápida de
solution of the
todos
problem.
eles,
As I did this
e
quick
falei no
presentation
início,
of
né, que cada um
everybody, and I
traz aqui
mentioned in the
parte
beginning
de um
that
papel,
everybody
e é nesse
brings
lugar que gostaria que eles
a
trouxessem.
role,
Então,
an
hoje,
umbrella.
eu
This
queria
is the place I would
ter
like
uma
them to be.
fotografia do que é a economia da
Let's
floresta
build
e o que a
a
gente tem diferente dos
image
outros.
of the
Então,
forest
tem
economy.
investimento, tem
We
uma
have different
organização
visions, the bank, the
setorial,
investment,
tem
the
negócio local,
sectoral
tem engajamento
organization,
comunitário.
local
E aí eu vou dividir
businesses,
por
and
grupos. O primeiro
local
grupo vai começar com a
engagement.
Neidinha, a
The
Wanda
first
e o
group is
Denis.
going to
Eu
start
queria
with
que vocês falassem para a gente,
Neidinha,
dentro da
Wanda, and
perspectiva
Greenwich,
de
and then
vocês, se
you have
apresentem
to
e
tell
falem
us in
o
your
que para vocês
perspective
é a
and
economia da
present
floresta.
yourselves.
Quais são essas
Well, what
possibilidades
is
e
for
quais são os
you
desafios
forest
que
economy?
vêm
What
com você?
are the
Bom dia
opportunities
a
and
todos,
challenges?
todas e todes. Então, vamos
Good
começar
morning,
assim. Eu
everybody.
sou
Let's
Neidinha,
start.
conhecida como
I am
Neidinha Suruí.
Neidinha
E a primeira coisa que
Suruí.
eu quero fazer com vocês é o
First
seguinte:
thing I would
levanta
like to
todo
do
mundo
with
porque está
you,
muito tempo sentado,
please, everybody stand up,
certo? Só para dar uma
right?
descansada. Aí repete
Just to
comigo,
relax a
todo
bit.
mundo, mas é
And
todo mundo
repeat with
mesmo.
me.
Repete comigo.
Everybody.
Nosso mar que é ancestral.
Our
Direito
landmark
não se negocia.
comes from our
Perfeito,
ancestry.
gente.
We
Agora
don't
sim.
negotiate our rights. Now you can sit down.
Por que que eu pedi para fazerem isso?
Why did I
A
ask
gente
you to
está
do that?
aqui
Because we are
discutindo
here
negócios
discussing
sustentáveis.
sustainable
E não vai
businesses.
ter negócio sustentável se
There
não
won't
tiver
be any
terra
sustainable
indígena,
businesses
se
if
não
there
tiver
is no
unidade de
indigenous land,
conservação,
if there
se
is
não
no
tiver
conservation
quilombos
unit
demarcados. É uma
or
ilusão a gente
quilombos.
ficar nessa
It's an
discussão.
illusion to be in this discussion because we live a severe drought in the Amazon. Probably we're going to have some flooding that will harm all this climate biodiversity discussion that everybody is on about to make money. This is all really beautiful. And I think to myself, I'm sorry about the banks. The banks are funding the destruction of the Amazon when they fund the agribusiness that causes destruction. Some of the companies, not only one, but some of them, some companies don't do it. This is some companies also they fund destruction in the Amazon. And as Almir mentioned, we from the communities and our families, they fight for the development and sustainable. We are going to change development for involvement, sustainable involvement. We have been trying for the sustainable productive change to be aligned with the environment. We want to produce, we want to make money, but we also want to do that in a sustainable way. And for that, we need companies that already exist and the ones that are developing to understand that the indigenous peoples, quilombolas, and extractivists, we cannot be seen only as suppliers of raw materials because this is what happens. Companies go to the territories, they do partnerships, but they don't do what Ellen mentioned before. Ellen's speech was absolutely interesting because this thing, how can I work in this partnership with the community for that the community has training, that they can do a good management, a good governance. Otherwise, the Amazon is never going to change. We're always going to continue being suppliers of raw materials. And when these raw materials end, the companies will leave and we will be left with the damage. And we are not going to have really the sustainable involvement. We're not going to have sustainable businesses. Companies change places like in the past, it happened with the rubber production, and it can happen again. So we need a partnership, but a partnership that look at us, that consider us as partners, real partners that can help us to have training, to learn how to trade, how to sell, because we know how to develop, we know how to plant, we know how to do lots of things. But when it's time to sell, we have problems. We have serious problems. I think the timer is running really fast. We need involvement from the companies, with the communities, with the associations, not just using us and thinking that we are pretty exotic indigenous people, that we are exotic people. We need real partnerships that help us and that also that are together with us promoting businesses that are sustainable. This is it. I'll give the floor to my colleague. Thank you. I would like to salute all of you in the Pue language. Is the language spoken to by my people, Ipoto. I'm an indigenous woman with a 1.52 meters. I have brown, long hair. I wear feather earrings. I'm wearing clothes that were produced by indigenous women from the Parque das Tribos community. And what I'm going to say here I'm one of the idolizers of the project Atelier. It's a business of impact idealized by indigenous women that live in this context of cities, that live in the Parque das Tribos, the first neighborhood in this recognized in the state, in this capital, reminding you that this city is an ancestry land that has got the most indigenous peoples present. This, when we talk about business done by Amazon people, we are going to bring the history of our existence, of our place and our culture. This is what make us unique as producers. We want people that has businesses here to talk about us. The brands will tell the stories about a person, a land, or a territory, a community. This is the real value of the markets built from people in this territory. The brand is going to be 5 years old next year, and it impacts the lives of many women and youth in Parque das Tribos. I was not present in the visitation yesterday. I was in Rio. I was really sorry because I wanted to have you over there, but the ladies, the women hosted you. And one of the major challenges while indigenous peoples, especially women, in this context of a city in Manaus, we are almost 72,000, is to have access to income. The lack of access and the lack of generation of income for these populations will generate vulnerability, social vulnerability, and food unsafety. We have a major potential in our indigenous communities, our art, our songs and music, and the sewing practices. We talk about ancestry sewing to sew new stories. The fashion has been a very important segment to generate income to our indigenous communities in this context of cities. And Verekini, which is this brand built by these ladies, these women that make clothes and do the paintings, our graffiti, our prints, bringing people close to our lands, that has generated income from us. Before that, we only had help from the government, or these ladies worked as maids in people's houses, and they were fired during the pandemic. The domestic servants were laid off during the pandemic, and one of the biggest impacts was related to feeding and food. This is why it's really important, this project, because now this business, this project has been able to capture resources, seed resources. One of the first investments we received to bring equipment, high quality pieces of equipment to produce our pieces of clothing. And we only had manual ways of doing that before, and that has caused an impact. These women now, they are building their own houses, they are being able to renovate their houses. Our houses were made of plywood, and now you can find better houses with bricks, with improved quality, with bathrooms in it. They are building their own toilets in the houses. So the project has been giving dignity, and we want to build the first ancestry atelier. So I would like you to invest in our business because we are already generating and causing impact in our territory, and we would like all of you on board in our first ancestry house of knowledge with indigenous education and training for children, and and because we are impacting a lot of lives, especially women's lives in our city. Thank you.
Bem, é uma alegria estar aqui. Eu queria primeiro
It's a joy to be here.
todo mundo que a
I would
presença
like
de cada
to
aqui
say that the presence of everyone here is the result of a lot of dreams. You here are the accomplishment of many people's dreams. I hope it's just a stage of dreaming. And I also would like to draw your attention for two things that are different from the past.
Queria chamar a atenção para a fala da Wanda e do
The speech of Wanda and Almir. Did you pay attention that they are two indigenous people pitching here? This is not common. This never happened before 5-10 years ago. This is one of the things I try to draw the attention. One of the dreams of the Amazon is that unicorns, that maybe the next Guilherme Leal, the founder of Natura, is a riverine or an indigenous person. This is the only way. With a degree of economic power, not only moral authority, is when we are going to have a other level of transformation, a next step of transformation. I'm going to be really brief. When we talk about economy, I would like to mention production. I'm an economist and I like to talk about production. The Amazon, in some aspects, is the most productive place in the world. And in related to environment, is the place where life is generated the most in the world. Brazil is the country that most generates life in the world. And let's be honest, that's not happening in São Paulo at this moment. This is the most productive place related to biology or environment. Regarding culture, we are also above our volume of population in related to generation of culture from the original peoples and many other aspects. I tell you, you should visit Parintins once in your lifetime just to see what culture is all about. From an economic point of view, we have never done this connection. We live in one of the poorest areas in Brazil, as Almir wisely mentioned before. This fragile economy opens up spaces for bad things to happen, from extraction, traffic of guns, and all sorts of shenanigans. So even though I'm really happy that you're here, that might mean a change in the improvement and growth of the Amazon. And at the same time, the other side has been growing strongly with a lot of intensity. Illegal acts, criminality are growing also. So when people ask me about the future of the region and our economy, it's so. Maybe you here are the missing link that will help to balance this equation. So I ask you to leave this place with new purposes, investing in Almir and Wanda. Just to give some context, how do we involve local communities? How do we look at businesses that are, we talk about unicorns, but they don't exist here. We also have jaraqui, which is a very normal fish that feeds most of our population. They are a lot, they are small, they don't cause impact in high scale, but and Dennis, in this place, how can we create this ambition for the Amazon, thinking about impact and economic views of what place is this? And another group, how can we work with network, bigger investments? So Professor Vigílio and Fernanda, just please bring your vision on forest economy, the challenges and opportunities.
Bom dia a todas e a todos.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure being here. I'm Fernanda Garafini. I work with BNDES for 15 years. Last year, we started having new operations for the Amazon Fund. So it's a major satisfaction to be here. And related to this network, it's hard to talk after so many good people just spoke. I work for BNDES, the National Bank of Development, Economic and Social Environmental. And how can we guarantee that we are going to be taking these untamable opportunities? We can actually do that in the Amazon Fund, because we have a different governance there. Who defines the fundamental lines of the Amazon funds are the guiding committee. The federal government, which is presided by the Environmental Ministry, the 9 states of Amazon, and civil society. And the civil society, since the first meeting, we have the COIAB challenging and making us go further and see these unattainable opportunities, and that we can actually lead with different projects that the ones that are standard. That's really important to us. That exists because we have a governance, because we are challenged, and because we must give answers to our status. So this is why we have launched a project of Cuburi, Tassese and COIAB together. They are selecting 30 projects of indigenous entities. This is why we can be there, because in this 15-year trajectory, FIINSA did projects with us, the Amazon Fund, so we want to get to the end. The resources have to go to the right places, because the Amazon Fund existed, and I think it's important to let everybody know, existed at a time when Brazil decided to make a major commitment in 2002. Brazil said it was going to decrease deforesting. It's a commitment of the federal government. We have to do that with a set of people helping an entity, indigenous peoples and traditional communities. So we are in a time now that we have to redo these pacts. We have to regain that understanding that the reduction of deforestation needs to happen with the peoples, together with the peoples who protect the forest. This is why it's important that these peoples are part of the decision forums. We also support other projects, a project that predicts indigenous people are part of the discussion forums of benefits sharing. We support bioeconomy, so we believe in the sharing of benefits. We also must have the
outras
support
etapas para
in
garantir
other
que haja repassão de
stages to
benefício e que
make
haja
sure
manutenção da
that
floresta em pé.
there
Então,
is maintenance of
Fundo da
benefits
Amazônia, né,
and
no
the
nosso
forest.
caso,
So the
a gente
Amazon
pode
Fund,
apoiar todos os eixos
we can
do
give support
PPC-DAN,
to
que são
all
eixos de
the
monitoramento e
PPC-DAN
controle, o eixo
support,
de atividades produtivas
axles,
sustentáveis,
pillars,
o eixo de instrumentos
sustainable
econômicos
activities,
e
economical
também a parte
instruments,
muito
and also
importante, que Neidinha
a
falou
very
aqui,
important
de
thing, as Neidinha mentioned,
proteção territorial com implementação
territory
e
protection
fortalecimento de
with
dados de conservação em terras
implementation,
indígenas.
conservation of
Então, esse
indigenous
vai ser
land.
bem curtinha no prazo. E
I'm going to
outra
be
coisa
really
importante,
short
né, da
here,
gente
and another
entender
important thing to
os
mention is to
desafios
understand the
de uma região tão
challenges
rica
of
como
such a
oportunidade, né? A gente lançou, só falar
rich
só de uma coisa
region
que a gente
as an
lançou.
opportunity.
No final do ano passado já selecionamos
We
dois
launched
projetos da
last
Amazônia na
year
escola, que foi justamente para entender
projects
que
of
a
Amazon
Amazônia
in
tem
school to
índices,
understand that the Amazon has rates
infelizmente, de educação críticos e que a gente
of
tem uma produção,
critical
sustentável que
rates of
pode alimentar as
education.
crianças na escola.
We
O
can
Brasil, um
actually
programa dos mais
feed
ambiciosos e inéditos, muita gente
children
aqui
in
já ouviu
school.
falar de alimentação
Brazil
escolar.
has
A
got
gente tem que
other
fazer essa alimentação escolar
programs for
ser de
feeding
qualidade com a partir dos produtos das
students
nossas
in
comunidades.
schools.
Então, a gente conseguimos selecionar 10 projetos
We were
em cada
able to
estado da
select 10
Amazônia Legal,
projects, one
mas
in
justamente
every
esses projetos têm
single
que apoiar duas
state
pontas.
of the
Tem que
Amazon
apoiar as
to
escolas
be
para
able
que
to
as escolas
support the two
saibam
ends,
comprar os alimentos das
to
suas
give support
comunidades,
to
saibam
schools so
armazenar
they
em
can be
refrigeradores
able to
lixo
buy,
para ter acesso,
store,
porque é uma alimentação rica, né? Uma
and
monocultura da
is
biodiversidade,
a
e também
rich
que a
type of
gente
food that they
apoie
are
os
dealing with.
produtores da
And then also that
biodiversidade,
we
né?
support
Para que eles tenham as
producers of
condições sanitárias necessárias para
biodiversity,
a logística
so they
necessária
have
para que essas coisas
sanitary conditions
cheguem
and
às escolas.
logistics for their products to
Isso,
reach
temos outras
schools.
iniciativas, podemos falar, podemos trocar.
We have other
E, novamente, agradecer
initiatives,
aqui a participação.
and I would like to thank my participation again.
Professor Virgílio, com você.
Pessoal, bom dia a todas e a todos.
Good morning,
Primeiro,
everybody.
registrar uma sensação
Firstly,
de
I would like
luxo.
to
É
register
um luxo a gente ter placar
the
de 3 a
feeling
2, né?
of
3 mulheres e 2 homens
we
no
have
painel. Então, acho que a gente
3
tem
women and 2 men in this panel,
sinal dos tempos, né? Um sinal dos tempos
so that those are
das
signs
mulheres,
of
não
the
apenas
times
3, mas 3 mulheres
of women being empowered, powerful women here.
Eu vou me inspirar pouco na minha amiga Rebeca e vou
I'm
fazer
going to inspire myself at my friend Rebecca, and I'm going to talk a little bit about my history.
primeira vez para a Amazônia quando eu
First time I came to the Amazon, I was 16 years old. I had my backpack, 2 friends, and I came by land. I came by bus from Belo Horizonte through here. And then in Manaus, I got a boat until Santarém, and then I got the Trans-Amazon and went to Marabá in Brasília. This is when I fell in love for the Amazon. I was 16 years old. I used to call my mom and say, I'm here. I'm in Vilhena. And then after that, I had many chapters. I did my first internship, then my doctor's degree in Pará, field work there. Many chapters and certification. When I was the president of Imaflora, then I had the chance of being the first Secretary of State, and we wrote the first law of climate change in 2007. And in the past 16 years, I've been working with these types of topics. So this is it. That's my introduction. It's a major pleasure to be here together with people such as Marcos, Mariano, Riba. You shine, people. It's great to see a new generation being protagonists here. Related to the question, how to accelerate the impact, I would say that the first thing, it's not to have expectations, major expectations on impact investments, because there is a lot a lot of things are not in the business plans. You write a business plan to produce açaí, andiroba or coffee. It's not in the business plan to deal with prostitution, for example, sexual abuse. It's not on the business plan. And that's essential to create a prosperous Amazon. It's not on the business plans of any of these things to deal with problems of alcohol and drugs. That's the first message I would like to share here. We need blended financing. We need a hybrid financing. We need to have financing, but we need to have other things that won't make any profit. There are no businesses to solve those things. That's my first message, and it's really important. Second message is we have to value the talents of the Amazon. I'm sure in this audience there are people I don't know, and some I know, that are extremely talented. One of the problems of Faria Lima is an icon. It's a major street in São Paulo where the businesses are. And the vision is that the Amazon doesn't have any intelligent people. So people, and I think that's really wrong. We have a major amount of talents in the Amazon, young people starting. We have more than 300 campuses spread out in the Amazon. The State University of Amazon has 62 campuses, is the biggest network of camping. And another message is we have a lot of talent in the Amazon, and that must be supported. Fernanda does an amazing work at BNDES. We have to think, Fernanda, on how to stimulate the small startups and initiatives that Wanda also mentioned before. There is a lot of nice things happening, not just tragedies. The media will only talk about tragedies. Then people think you only think about deforestation and fires and extraction. But there are also lots of nice things happening here. There are good things here. And then I'm going to go to another point. The Amazon lives a dubious moment. We have droughts, tragic moments now. I have closely followed up that. I go to the woods to see what's happening. It's a very tragic impact. But on the other hand, we have, apart from the tragedies, the whole world is looking at the Amazon. I'm going to Colombia to participate on the COP Cali. And it's an Amazon COP. And biodiversity is a very strong topic in this event. In COP Belém next year, so my message here is let's use this extremely privileged moment of the Amazon where the whole world is looking at the Amazon. So we have to take this opportunity to make proposals. And Professor Virgílio, just to continue with other questions, you can complement.
About the climate emergency, our agenda is an adaptation one. And the call that I'm making to my colleagues from the other banks, Ellen, who was here, Fernanda, we need urgency. It's very important that the financing sector accelerates that. Thank you.
A gente construiu o cenário, agora a gente vai
We
para a
have built
prática.
a scenario now. We are going to go into practice, direct questions, and due to time, we only have 20 minutes to finish the panel. We'll have 3 minutes. If we can use less than 3, it would be good so that we can hear everyone and build this practice. Dennis, I'll start with you. You always say that the Amazon needs to have an ambition. What is the ambition in the Amazon? And you talk about entrepreneurship as one of the tools that might help us have an Amazon ambition. What needs to be done? What strategies need to be placed here at the table so that this entrepreneurship leaves the theoretical field and goes into practice? Well, I think the short answer is a lot, but I ask you to visualize what the life of a youngster would be when they are when they are growing, in the middle of the Amazon. Let's imagine that this youngster has an entrepreneur spirit. What will he do or she do? He will follow an example, and the examples which exist here in the territory in general are not good. They are examples from livestock, they are mining examples, sometimes a business that may not have a very good effect, always in an informal level and rarely in a direction that the public here, due to the fact that you are here, it's obvious the kind of opinions that you have. This will not be the kind of business that you would like to see this youngster doing. So, first of all, we lack examples. I hope that each one here, when they leave, they may have planted a seed of examples. And secondly, when I talk about ambition, what I mean is we have to think big. The Amazon is big. There are many Amazons. The diversity is very big. However, there are some things in common. 70 million hectares of deforested land with low production. So, for God's sake, this is the best opportunity that I see as an entrepreneur from my generation. We have to make this productive. We can store carbon, we can have an effect on biodiversity, but we can also produce food, wood, whatever it is such a waste that we could not get organized to turn this area into productive areas. And there are initiatives which are too small, too blocked and tangled somehow. So this is just one example. Let's give another example, science and technology. Please, everyone believes that the Amazon is an incredible heritage in terms of biodiversity. I bet everyone believes in that, but we have to deliver dividends. Our assets in the Amazon doesn't deliver dividends, direct dividends. Of course, we have environmental services to the world, but we haven't managed so far to make that into a very big asset. So my dream would be, well, in 20 years, all the headlines from Office Journal or there will be some news about the Amazon. This week, they have discovered this. In the Amazon, they have discovered that yesterday. When was the last time that you saw a headline from any newspaper bringing in news like that? I can't remember, I can't recall. So we are very far from where we need to be, but there is a lot of opportunity. There are many, many opportunities. So I feel anguished, and the only solution is a lot of ambition for us to invest now to be able to, let's say, harvest in the future. You say a lot about the reach that you can have within your community in terms of income, and that this helps this ecosystem where you are inserted. What do you think is necessary? What could you say that you would need? What kind of help or support would you need so that this ecosystem can embrace and support the business development atelier? Well, I think the formative process for us to understand what we do within our community as an impact business has been one of the important processes for us to be able to understand our potential from the place where we speak. So we are still in this process. But as mentioned before, people are afraid of investing in us. And I want to say to you that you shouldn't be afraid. We should be afraid of many things which are imposed on us. But you don't need to be afraid of us. Our communities, they have a potential. They create, due to the lack, let's say, they create important social technologies. And we talk about our ancestral technologies to be able to generate income, to guarantee our human dignity. We just have to be potentialized. With those financial contributions, we have a touristic potential there, which is really important. In our community, there are 30 different people. So there are 14 languages within our territory. There are different kinds of food. For example, Boca da Mata, which will be serving food here today, is an impact project, which is from our territory. It started during the pandemics. It was strengthened then to be able to guarantee the food safety of that population. And now there are 10 women working on this kitchen to be able to supply food for events such as this one. And it gives them dignity. But the kitchen doesn't have a specific place to cook. They cook at something, a very small cook, like Atelier de Bikini. If you have been there, people are sewing in my house's balcony, let's say. When it rains, we have to stop working. And our great dream within this territory so that we can aggregate more women into it, more youngsters into it, the two publics that need our help within the project, we need that to be wide and amplified. So we hope to have investment to be able to build an entrepreneurship so that we can give opportunities for more indigenous women, for more young indigenous people. We are 700 families within that territory. Unemployment is very high within this population. FEMAL has unemployment people. We are trying to somehow educate and enable these indigenous youngsters to be able to work. So this diversity, this cultural diversity within the territory is a fact. Tourism there is a dream for us to be able to structure tourism there so that we can get tourists over there, as it is territory that is in the context of a city. People want to go there, but we don't have an infrastructure to be able to receive people there. Houses, for example, that can be adapted for people to be able to come. But I believe in that. These investments in these businesses in our communities is what will bring those social changes that we need. Above all, with regards to education. When we qualify, when we prepare those people, we have an important gain of understanding the territory, of the potential, because sometimes we have to recognize that what we do has a potential that may reach and impact other people. So education is something important too. My time is up here, so don't be afraid to invest in indigenous communities, women, and our communities here. Neidinha, you say a lot that bioeconomy is not a bioeconomy, that it doesn't involve people. I would like you to talk a little bit from that place. How can involve people? what is this movement? How is this movement at the moment? How can we actually involve people into bioeconomy for it to include these people, these territories, and the financial solutions that we have been talking about? Oh, I'll try to do that within the time. Maybe I will need a little bit more time. Okay, then. Canidé is an organization that works with 21 people. And we believe that first you have to plan. First you have to plan. And then we do the management plans according to the territory, the environment of those territories, which are participative plans. When you bring in what the community wants, you do that with the community. And we have been investing on productive chains, tourism. If you go to Bypass Suduí, the 7th of September, we have invested a lot on tourism because the management plan placed tourism as one way of combating deforestation, strengthening the culture, and generating income. But for all that to happen, we needed educational programs. So we invested on educating the community. And now I tell you, everyone here, if you want to go to a great place and you want to help us by Teste Luiz, come and do a partnership with us. We have a plan for tourism. We built part of what Wanda brings in here, the need for infrastructure. So we built part of the infrastructure, but we have to build the rest. The plan was 2.5 million with BNDES managed to give us some money. We managed to get 800,000. So we built the infrastructure for tourism, which nowadays is used by tourists. The tourist visits us, and we have 3 types of tourism. Those people who want to go to places which are very raw, okay? And that is our tribe there, where you go during the day, you go through the reforestation areas, you visit it, you go and see the plantations, you see the coffee plants and coffee trees. But then in the evening, you go and sleep in an air-conditioned room. Why? Because you don't want to feel hot. So people who prefer to sleep in a great place, you should go there. The price was really cheap. You are helping us to have a sustainable development, but we need partners to be able to improve the infrastructure there. And Ellen was here, and BNDES, they can help us to finish what we have started, the touristic complex that we have started building there. We also act on other lands. In Nuruwewawau, we are developing there along with the national park, one of the most beautiful national parks, the Pacás. For those who like going up mountains and all that, if you want to go down the river, through the waterfalls, we have that. And we are starting some work with tourism there. It's right at the beginning. And we have also some work with education, cinema education. If you haven't watched, I think you should watch. We made a film called The Territory. We won more than 40 prizes. We were listed on the Oscar. We won an Emmy Award. So we have built that with the money coming from the film. It is on Disney Plus. It is also on Prime. There is a series there called Mine, Ours, Yours. We have built this center to be able to educate our youngsters in cinema and media education. We need support. If you are working with that, we are now working on educating our youngsters. I'm beginning to sell, okay? Why? Because he says, well, you have to make a deposit. So I started first defending the rights, because without land, we don't have any of that. But now, in the second question, I said, no, I have to sell. I have to sell my product there. Okay? So you are anguished because of the time, I know, but I'm finishing off. And we support the agroforestry systems in many indigenous lands with a chain of nuts, bananas. Help me, Almi, nuts in general, peanuts, cocoa. We have a number of products to offer you in the different lands that we have there, but we are asking you, please come, help us, make a partnership with us so that we can become entrepreneurs. But please don't treat us as mere extractivists and labor furnishers. We are not. Okay, I'm giving you this message. I know the difficulty you have in investing in small companies who are investing, but the message is for the small, medium, and large companies. We don't want to be cheap labor force, workforce. We don't want to furnish only raw material. Please come with us to be real partners, to develop with us, to come and do carbon with us, biodiversity projects with us. But please come to help us be educated, to protect the forest, to protect the indigenous land, and in the fight for rights. And please learn to vote, okay? Everyone, you have to learn to vote. Because if we are having all this talk here, but then on the election day, you go there and vote for the person who destroys the Amazon, who destroys the forest, who is against the indigenous people's rights, and is against territory demarcation. And just not to forget, let's reflect again our ancestral milestone. Right is innegotiable. Yes, a right is innegotiable.
Muito bom, Neidinha. Vamos fazer
Okay, thank you, Neidinha.
We
will be able to have a speech afterwards to be able to get these deposits. Fernanda, Rachel has said the time is up, but I'll get two questions that I had here into one. What is the role of a development bank in this process? And if this process of making resources available is getting to these places where they need to get?
Gente, foi até pouco que eu falei,
Okay,
o Fundo Amazônia ele só existe porque teve
the Amazon Fund only exists because there are the indigenous peoples, because if the resource doesn't get to the, let's say, to the end user of it, it's because the fund is not working, because we do a lot of monitoring and control. We control the types of activities in terms of crimes which are connected to deforestation here, but the resource reaches the users. BNDES has an important problem of communication. So sometimes we get to a place and people got a resource, but they didn't know that this resource came from the Amazon Fund. Sometimes we reach 600 communities, 240,000 people, but people don't know that that resource is coming from the Amazon Fund. We also have this challenge of communicating it correctly so that people can defend the existence of this Amazon Fund, which is derived from a country decision. I was in a Quilombola community in Abaetetuba, and there was a plate there saying that we were doing it. Of course, we only consider that it is important that the people should know where the resources came from. It's not a gift. It's a big effort that has been made because this standing forest generated resources which were then led to that end. So the reforestation and the stoppage of deforestation is what has generated those resources. When Brazil restated its compromise with the standing forest, then we had more resources. So people have to understand where the money is coming from. That's why we, in 2014, we talked about projects which were the deployment of Penegate. Nowadays, in the indigenous themes, we have projects directly with the indigenous entities, not just the third sector, which supports those entities. Our effort is this one, so that we can build models in which our resource reaches the end user, but that this resource strengthens the end user. For example, Babaçu Fund is an example of that, where they break the coconut, the Babaçu coconut. It is mostly in Maranhão. We supported that in 2017, and nowadays, the support of Fund Babaçu, we can support the fund, and we can also support the strengthening of that women's entity, so that they can capture from other sources besides BNDES. So this is important. As a national bank of development, we related to public policies, be them what they may, we have the obligation of guaranteeing the strengthening of those institutions. Why? Because when the policy states so, in 2012, we had an example of that, when we, a public bank, with the resources of the Amazon Fund, when we support these entities at the end there, the end user, we not only support important initiatives with money, but we also strengthen institutionally those entities. Thank you.
Professor Virgílio, para o estabelecimento de parcerias entre
Okay, the establishment of partnership between local actors, players, public sector, governments. How can we have the best arrangements possible? What should be included in this process? People, organizations, and players, stakeholders who have to be in this process. Short answer, everyone. You have to define what people's roles are. Neidinha said something important, educating young people to produce films. It's an obligation to watch this movie called The Territory. It's a wonderful movie. It's something that instigates us to go on. And this has been produced with local people. So we have an opportunity of gathering these different actors, the talents of the youngsters from the indigenous communities of the Amazon. We have a wonderful source of people there. The second one for me is an investment from the private sector, from the philanthropic private sector. We don't have a tradition of philanthropy, unfortunately, but we have thousands of billionaires who do very little for the country. I'll praise Dennis here, who was my companion in many phases of this journey. This family has a very relevant history of investing in things which are not necessarily businesses, which are risk situations. So this is an excellent example, but Brazil lacks that. We need philanthropy from the incredible billionaires who live in Brazil. And then the development bank, financial systems. Fernanda here is representing it, and the Amazon Fund is wonderful. Many people complain about that, but it is an incredible mechanism from the Brazilian government with international cooperation to be able to gather great sums. BG was here in the previous round table, and then the government, which was represented by the secretary who was here. The government, I was the secretary for 5 years. I was the first environment secretary for the Amazon. The government is slow. Eduardo mentioned that is all the bureaucracy that you have to go through, and you need to know how to play these different roles. You can't expect the government to be creative or agile. Creativity or innovation has to come from the civil society. The speed will come from the private, the speed investment will come from the private sector, and the government has to be a regulatory mark there. The carbon project has been mentioned here as well. We did that voluntarily when we were in the government helping. We don't have the government doing its role correctly yet. And Wanda and Neidinha also said we need to vote better. We need to choose better. The Amazon is choosing someone who defends ending the forest, someone who is against the indigenous quilombola population, extractivists in general. So it is due to all of us who are part of this community to think about activism, a political one. I'm not talking about parties here, political parties. I'm talking about cause activism. So I will end my speech with saying from Saracá, Pedrina. She says, for many people, the Amazon is a cause. For us, the Amazon is our home. And I have been living here for 22 years, and this is my home. So we have to value the people who have their home in the sense of identity related to the Amazon. Once again, Wanda and Neidinha, they exemplify that very well. And many people that I see here in the audience, they also have that. So it is a root feeling to feel what we are going through. For those who are not here in the forest, we are going through a mega transformation in the life context of the people. We are having windstorms removing roofs here in the Black River. If you don't want to go far, this is unbelievable. We've never had that before. When I talk to the ancient population, they say we've never had winds at that speed. So how can we adapt to that? So adapting is the most important agenda for the COP next year. This should be highlighted and highlighted. It's not something for 2050. Some people say, oh, in 2000 something. No, it's already here. The tragedy is here already. We had the south of Brazil with flooding. We have droughts here. So let's go fight. Let's go for it. Hope cannot be lost, okay? So FIINSA has this duty of keeping hope up, keeping our hopes up. Okay, it was a bit fast, but we managed to be able to talk. So what do you as actors within your different sectors, what are you doing for this forest economy to depart theory and go into practice? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Marcos. Thank you, lecturers. We had our second panel. And now we are going on to our third panel, the last one today. One of the most expected ones, production is saying here, Momo. We will have the third panel before lunchtime, so you shouldn't leave because lunch is not ready yet. Okay, you might have some coffee if you want, but lunch has not been served yet. But now I'm going to call the third panel, Forest Entrepreneurs and Community Businesses, Making a Difference in the Territory.
Aproveito para chamar o
I
nosso
take this opportunity to
moderador de
call our
milhões,
moderator, Caetano Scanavino, from Saúde and Alegria. Caetano, please come up onto the stage.
Na sequência, aproveito para chamar os painelistas
Okay,
também.
then I call the panelists who can also come here.
Que o Caetano vai apresentar individualmente cada
Caetano
painelista.
will introduce each panelist.
Porque eu quero salva de palmas para cada liderança que vai subir aqui, uma de cada. E eu vou chamando aqui. Gente, bom
You want a round of
dia!
applause for every single leadership who comes up here.
Bem na hora do almoço,
My panel is the one at lunchtime, but I agreed with Mariano that when I compliment, the rooms will be locked, delivery is not allowed, and lunch is only after this panel is finished. You will have to deal with the jokes, and we have to keep up the good mood. We were talking a lot about original people's participation, the importance of the original peoples, and now we are going to have a pure table with people with practices, experiences, award-winning, things that are not on paper of bioeconomy. It's like a beautiful word.
E o povo indígena, o povo quilombola, o povo extrativo já faz
And
isso.
the indigenous people have been doing that for a long time. So I would like firstly for a hand of applause for these people in the middle of the forest.
A gente vai ter que fazer piadinha para vocês não ficarem pensando em almoço. O almoço não está pronto.
We'll have to keep up with the jokes so we don't think about eating lunch. Now I'm gonna call every single person.
Como é que é mesmo? Onde fazer fala mais alto. Essa
They deserve it. These people actually make things happen. Our first person is from Oriximiná, from Pancada, one of the most beautiful communities I have ever seen, with a beautiful waterfall. Daiane Silva. Give her a hand of applause.
Tome seu posto aqui. Vou chamar outra mulher, tá? Vamos começar pelas mulheres. Com
women.
O meu amigo Zeno.
Let's start with the women.
Aqui a nossa repórter por dia.
Now our reporter for a day. She promoted a few videos on TikTok.
Elisângela Silva.
Elisângela Silva.
É lá de Uatumã, da RDS Uatumã.
She's from Uatumã.
Com movelaria.
And she's dealing with a now I'm going to call a major indigenous leadership from Belo Monte, how to survive after Belo Monte, the difficulties before, and that are even bigger now. And besides that, how to organize the movement of women in a country that's macho-oriented.
E uma especial agora para Yengrati Chicrin. Bem-vinda.
Yengrati Chicrin.
Aqui. As mulheres no centro e os homens de lá.
Women in the center and men on the sides.
A única coisa que comeram aí, Mariana, é o cafezinho ali, tá certo?
People are hungry, so
não conta tempo, tá? Fazendo até propaganda e tal.
When I'm giving compliments, it doesn't count as time.
O Zeno Gemac aqui, grande empreendedor.
Zeno Gemac, a major entrepreneur.
Cacau, é com ele mesmo.
The king of cocoa, Brazil nuts. He is the man.
Faz o trabalho bem.
He does well because he works really well. Anyone here from the connection peoples from the forest? Can you put your hand up if you are from the Conexão da Floresta? Because our table here, o panel,
A gente é parceiro também.
it will show that internet in the Amazon is a possibility.
Pontos de projetos e aldeias e comunidades conectadas. E o nosso quinto palestrante é o Idesam Araújo, que está lá no Amapá, diretamente aqui.
And the lecture is connected by the project people from the forest, and he's going to talk about integrated production.
Tá bom, tá bom, tá bom. Até chegar a vez dele, a gente arruma isso aí, né? Agora, eu falei, pô, é complicado a gente chegar aqui quase...
It's complicated to be here this time, 12:30.
O seu peixe, não pode falar peixe porque a seca lá no Trombeto está tão brava.
And how are you going to pitch your product here?
Como é que vamos vender o peixe em 3 minutos?
How are you going to sell your product in 3 minutes? It has to be 3 minutes.
Aí depois à noite a gente vai tirar uma foto no barzinho, beba com moderação, e a mesa aqui. E aí como é que a gente fala rápido aqui? Ser rápido, né? O pessoal está com fome.
We have to be fast.
As soluções que vocês construíram dentro do território de vocês.
You bring from your territories, and how can this be an example so we can escalate? And people from governance, companies, how can they are going to help to lever these experiences? If we analyze research from Saulo Kozlowski, he did a global study of the market for products compatible that comes from the forest, and the participation of the Brazilian Amazon, in spite of representing 30% of the rainforests of the world, is 0.18% in the global market of products from the forest.
A gente insiste com projetos para modelo de ocupação que já deu errado. Liberar garimpo em terra indígena, liberar boi em reserva extrativista.
To release extractivism and mining, it's not good. Here, quickly, as a debate, they will have to pitch their products.
Mas, enfim, quem veio falar aqui são eles, e não eu. Eu vou passar aqui para
I'm going to give the floor to our first guest, Daiane, to tell her experience of quilombola experience. The floor is yours.
Uma salva de palmas quando começa a falar.
Já boa tarde, né? Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Diana. I'm quilombola. I'm the president with the Copa Flora. It's a community of mixed people between quilombolas and settled people. Our work is geared toward extractivism, pepper, Brazil nuts, and other things that generate an economy within this territory that Copa Flora acts. We have been incorporated in the municipality of Oximiná in Pará, Alenquer in the state of Pará, and in the Amazon. We act on these territories, more than 700 producers in all the areas with these products directly from the forest in the economy of the products.
Eu estava até aí, nem estava assim, agora eu vou relaxar, ela já terminou, ela vai ganhar mais tempo depois, quando a gente for
She's going to have more time later.
fazer uma outra pergunta, né? Elisângela, minha querida, que nem aqueles vídeos que viralizaram. no TikTok. O que você pode falar da movelaria, da
What
experiência?
can you say about the furniture producing?
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Elisângela,
My name is Elisângela. I live in RDS Otumã, in municipality of Tapiranga. I'm a riverine person, and I'm very proud of it. It's a pleasure to be here to talk about my people, about our people and our land. In our community, we've got some investments that our partners took to the community. And honestly, they changed the life of many peoples in our communities. And in RDS, we have hostels, we have furniture companies, stores to sell handcraft artifacts, and all of that is because we want to live with dignity without leaving our houses to try to find life quality in other places where we are foreigners. We like to be in our home. Thank you.
Vamos
End
seguindo
of
aqui
applause.
agora com Engarati, Chicrim.
Let's continue with Ingarati Chicrim. Let's gonna tell a bit about
Liderar as mulheres num movimento também
what is to
de
lead
rede,
women
floresta em pé, de economia.
in this standing up forest and economy. My name is, I'm from the village Alticroa. I work with the chief of the tribe and the women. Our area is very big. We have activities. It's difficult to talk to other tribes. It's a major challenge for us. This is why I'm here to talk about the challenge that we are facing, the difficulties, our work. We work with babaçu coconut oil extraction. We work with Brazil nuts. We work also with painted fabrics, body paint, all of that we work with. So we have a major difficulty to go from our tribe to the city and to find a market where we can sell these things to the ladies, to women. It's one of our challenges, logistics and also a lot of people buy our products very cheap and they sell our products very expensive in other markets. They took advantage of us. This is why I'm here today asking for investors to invest in our work, to get to know our reality, the challenges we face in our community. That's it, people.
A capacidade de síntese dessa vez aqui, ó, para as outras mesas.
This table is being really, people are being really brief. Zeno, it's up to you now.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Caetano, what a big responsibility to be sitting here with these women, entrepreneurs that are representing really well the Amazon. And before, I would like, I told my story to a lot of people. My name is Zeno. I'm the founder of Zeno Nativo. And I would like to say that I come from a community, a riverine that is 40 kilometers from Belém in the municipality of Atará in Pará. It's a very threatened area. I created my company in 2012 with the aim of adding value to the products that we sell. We used to sell cocoa and Brazil nuts, so we set up a little factory. I would like to tell the story, but I don't have time. I started with a pressure pot and a stove, and in 2015, my company became a legal company without any financing and investment. I started with very little money, 2,500 reais that I saved myself. And in 2017, I bought my first line of machines. I never expected that I would buy these machines because they were really expensive for me at that time. And then things started to improve. And recently, we kind of fixed up our company, and we are trying to find new opportunities in our territory. Cultivation, wood, manioc, nuts, and cocoa, everything was taken abroad to be benefited somewhere else. Nowadays, we could set up a unit in the territory where we have more than 250 families that are our suppliers, and we have 9 employees from the community, and then we can sell a finished product now. The Brazil nuts are benefited in our community and is ready to be sold. We also produce cocoa, fine cocoa, liquor of cocoa, and we would like to sell other products. We are very optimistic. I heard a Danish talking about a river Rhine, maybe founding a new Natura, a new cosmetic company. But we would like to innovate for the next few years. We have ambitions. Thank you.
Né? Agora vamos para uma segunda rodada.
Now let's go to a second round.
Eu sou nascido em São Paulo, fui
I was born in São Paulo.
para ficar 6 meses, estou há 36 anos.
I went to Tapajós just to visit, and I've been there for 36 years. But I had access to information and stuff like that. And everybody's giving examples of experiences that where they had to double up the bet of overcoming situations and problems, because you have to do all of that in a territory that suffers oppression and a culture of legalism where illegal is legal, and overcoming twice that they succeeded.
E a gente estava conversando, e é uma coisa que a gente fala muito, quando a gente fala de Amazônia, às vezes é floresta, árvore, mas a gente esquece às vezes a saúde, o saneamento,
Sometimes we forget health, we forget sanitation. In the other tables, this has been mentioned. Without the social, there is no environmental one. So I will start there on the other side. How is it that you evaluate the pressure on your territory, the pressure of woodcutters on the nuts, the guy who is there trying to do his best, because if they want to sell, they can do well, but they don't sell to be able to keep the forest. How is seduction? How does seduction influence all that? Okay. This is one of the biggest problems that we find within the territories. This is a subject that every time that they ask me this question, many kinds of thoughts come to my mind. I belong to a family of 11 children. We were brought up 9 children together, and we are the children of extractivists. And talking about keeping the trees standing, well, it's easier to talk about that, but when you live the reality, this is something else. And I live it that because I was born and brought up in a community by the river, and I know of all the difficulties that we have to have access to health, education, and many other things which are coming out. And the pressure occurs and deforestation occurs due to a need. I always say that when I have the opportunity. People sell the products that they have, not because they want to. They just want to fell a tree. No, they don't. They need to. There are resources available, but they are not getting to those who actually need and who have cared for the forest for many years. So the person falls the trees due to a need. I have visited recently a property. There was a man who has 400 hectares of land, and we saw that there were more than 2,000 Brazilian nut trees, and he says he receives proposals every week to sell that land, to sell those trees, and people offer him 1,000, 1,500 for every Brazilian nut tree. And he is in a region with easy access, and when he sells nuts, when we pay, he manages to get 35 to 40,000 a year in terms of income. So if he is going to discount all the expenses that he has, he gets 15,000. So what is the conclusion? Why do the people keep the forest standing? Because they like it. Because if they decide to sell the trees, they will become much richer, and they are keeping the forest up with just 15,000 reais a year, which is less than $3,000. So these public policies need to reach those people who are actually preserving the forest. We are fighting for the people to have access to a resource. We don't want a model that the company grows, but in our territory, we have only miserable people. We want to grow together. This is the objective that we have. Zano, besides the work there, he's been helping us with nuts in Tapajós. Okay, technology, what about the time? Can you hear us? Araújo, can you hear us? Save Corinthians, this is a football team here in Brazil. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Adesio. I am from Cabo do Maruanu in Amapá territory. And due to some experiments that we had here, I would like to contribute a little bit and say that it is possible for us to be entrepreneurs in the forest. Mostly here in the Quilombos, we have projects here which do not work as a cooperative, because cooperative only considers profit for the people who belong to it. Here, no, we have individual profit. We have a project called PPI, where we manage to produce without killing the forest. We use areas which are field areas here, and we produce and we can sell in big scale here. And this generates about 15 to 20,000 reais for every agriculturalist. So we select the agriculturalists here in our association, then we do the project, and we manage to sell this production to some entities in Macapá, which is the capital of our state.
Muito bom.
Okay, very good. Wow, sorry, the sound.
Até uma microfonia aqui.
Okay. Is the microphone working? Yes. Okay, so we will talk back to you, okay? Because I have a question for you as well. Now, let me see. With Daiane, we are in the low Amazon region. You are suffering with the droughts, the whole of the Amazon. We've had the worst drought, and we had a record last year, and this year's was worst. Here it's starting to rain, but in Tapajós, no. In this region there, we know how hard it is. So, how is it for the Quilombola communities? How much does this affect their production? In Santarém, we had a reduction of the offer of nuts, cashew nuts. How was it for Copaflor and for the Quilombola communities to be able to face 2 consecutive droughts? Those who suffer the most are those who least contributed to that climatic emergency situation in which we are.
A safra da castanha.
Well, the cashew nuts harvest this year. Let's see. We are suffering with this drought as well, as Copaflora works with extractivism by harvest. In the cashew nuts, we had a reduction. Now, this have some areas where the collectors are not being able to get there because it's too dry. And so this is affecting as well the communities and the people who work with this kind of economy directly from the forest, because there are places where you cannot get, both for cashew nuts and also for the collection of copaíba, the oil, copaíba. Why? Because the drought is changing. According to our grandparents and parents who tell us that every year the drought is becoming different. So the climate is changing and affecting the production as well, which is straight from the forest. We are there looking after it, but we are being affected as well by the climate, and due to that, the production has been decreased in these areas where it is difficult to have access to the plantations. Okay, yes, we feel that as well. The country has stopped due to the flooding in the south, but we don't feel the same kind of mobilization for the drought here in the north. And for us, we work with health, sanitation. We hear people saying, they are used to that. No, not the way it is now. No, we are not used to it at all. Let's continue a little bit. Let's go back to Nhangarati Chikrin to tell us, because she is in an extremely pressured territory. She was telling me how it was after they built Belo Monte in terms of the offer of fish, how much this affects the territory and your experience there within the women's movement. See if the microphone works. I was just going to take another microphone to her.
Contar pouco da história do Belo Monte.
Okay, I will tell a little story. Before Belo Monte, everyone used to navigate. We would sell our things here and there. There was no market for you to be able to place your products. You would sell everywhere, going up the river, down the river. After Belo Monte reached our region, the impact was so high that nowadays we cannot navigate to the river. Why? Because our river began to dry in a way that I never imagined in my life. I was born in River Bacajá. I grew up there. Every time we would bathe there, my mother, my grandparents would fight with us and say, be careful with the big fish, because it will take you deep down. Nowadays, we cross the river walking. We walk here with water up to here. It isn't deep anymore. Nowadays, we see our river ending, navigating in the river. We can't anymore. We walk through the roads. So our difficulty is such in this region
tanto como de baixo como a de cima,
low or high
e
region that
logística é muito
upstream or
caro.
downstream. In
Então, a
terms of
gente
logistics, it's
começou a
very
fazer
expensive.
projeto.
So we started to have projects.
Aí umas apoia, a
And
Anex
then
está aí também, apoiou
Annex
nós
is here.
nesse
Annex
projeto,
supported
mas
us in the
logística
project,
nossa para lá é
but
muito
our
caro
logistics there
para
costs too
nós
much
trazer as nossas
for
coisas
us to
para a
be able to
cidade.
bring our
Tem
products to
como.
the city. We
Então, eu
can't.
peço a ajuda de
So I
vocês,
demand
vocês
help. I ask
compartilhem
for
com
your
nós, para
help that
investir no
you
nosso
can
projeto,
invest in
para a
our
gente
project
poder,
so that we can
poder vender as nossas
be able
coisas,
to sell,
né,
so
no
that we are able
mercado,
to
procurar
sell our
mercado para
products in the
poder vender as
market.
nossas coisas.
Please find a
Porque
market
se
where we
você
can
vê que o
sell our
nosso rio,
products,
o
because if you
impacto
see
maior que
the
está
impact on
tendo
our
no nosso
river,
rio, o rio Bacajá,
the Bacajá River,
o impacto é muito
the
grande. E é
impact
muito
is
triste para quem
too
mora lá.
high, and it's very
Quem está
sad
de fora não
for
vê
those who
nada
live
não,
there.
mas
If
para quem
you
mora
are not
lá
from there,
perto, vê
you
a
can't really
realidade
see
que nós
it. But
estamos
if you live
passando.
there,
Os
you
nossos
will see the
peixes no ano
reality
passado
that we are
morreu
going
muito.
through.
E esse
Many of
ano,
our
com
fish
certeza,
died
vai
last
morrer
year,
mais,
and this year
cada
many
vez
more
mais.
will
O
die
nosso rio está seco.
because our river
Cada
is
vez mais
becoming
a nossa
dry,
floresta está
and
tendo
our
impacto
forest is
grande.
having a very
Porque
big
daquela
impact
verde, muito
because
verde,
it
assim, a
used to be
floresta, hoje
green,
você
very
vê,
green.
e
Now,
o tanto como a
when you
floresta,
look,
como o nosso
the
povo, os
forest,
indígenas, estão
our
sofrendo,
people, the
o tanto
indigenous
como a
people,
floresta
we
está
are
morrendo.
suffering
A clima
just as
é
much
muito
as the
quente.
forest. It's too
Se você
hot.
for tomar banho no
If
rio,
you
você não
try to
consegue
bathe in
mais.
the river, you
Você
can't
tem que
anymore.
procurar
You
cenário
have to
muito grande
find
para
a
poder
spot
refrescar,
to be able
porque a
to
quentura é
refresh
muito
yourself
grande.
because it's so
Aí
hot.
hoje eu estou aqui
And
contando essa
now I
história
am
do
here
impacto que o
telling
Belo Monte
you
está fazendo
this
muito grande para a
story
nossa região.
of the impact
Tanto
that
como
we are
o
having
impacto
there,
do Belo Monte,
the
tanto
Beramonte
como o
impact
impacto
and
dos grileiros,
the
dos
impact of
fazendeiros, dos
farmers,
garimpeiros.
people who mine the
Aí, então,
land.
inclusive, o ano passado
And
a gente
last
falou com o
year,
CIMIBio,
we talked about
até ajudou a gente,
CIMIBio.
tirou o
They
federal,
helped
tirou metade
us
de gente.
removing
Tinha
some
muita
people
gente
because there were
ameaçando a gente,
lots of people
porque nós
threatening
tínhamos um
us
monte de
because
freirós,
we had a lot of land in the
muita
forest.
terra
We had
para a gente estar
land
protegendo.
for us to protect.
Aí eles falam assim para
And
nós,
then they said to
de
us,
muitos brancos, porque
if
acaba com
many
a floresta dele e
whites
vem acabar com a
and,
nossa, né?
sorry, when
Se
many
quer fazer
whites
um
end up with their
negócio,
forest,
então
they will come
faça
and
na
end
terra
up
deles. Faça no
your
lugar
forest as
deles.
well.
Deixa nós
So
quietos,
she's claiming
porque
now,
nós não saímos daqui para mexer
please,
na
we
cidade do
didn't
branco.
go
no lugar
and
deles.
bother the
Os
white.
índios
We
tá quieto
didn't.
no lugar
The
deles.
indigenous people are here. We just
Hoje
want to
eu
live
estou
here.
contando essa história
So
para
I'm telling you
vocês.
this
É a
story
realidade que nós
now.
estamos passando
It is
na
a
nossa,
reality that we are
na nossa
going
região.
through in our territory there.
Aí é muito
And
grande também a dificuldade que as
also
meninas
we
estão
have a
tendo,
lot of
porque
difficulty
muitas meninas não
because
sabem falar
many
português.
Meninas cannot speak
Eu aprendi a
Portuguese.
falar
They are
português
girls
assim
from
porque eu me
the tribe.
interessei.
I learned
Eu ia
Portuguese
com
because I
lá outra
became
menina me
interested.
explicando as
I
coisas,
would
eu aprendi a
ask
falar bem
people
pouco
to teach me, so I
para
learned to
poder
speak a
levar o
little,
recado
to
para
be
eles,
able
para
to
poder
bring
ensinar
messages here, to
o
be
mundo
able
do
to
branco.
teach them
O mundo
about the
branco é
world of
muito
the white.
diferente de que a
The world of
nossa.
the white is so different from our
Aí
world.
elas não veem isso.
And they cannot
Elas
see
veem
that, those women. They
totalmente
see
diferente.
it
Tem
completely
muitos
different.
índios da
Many
nossa
indigenous
tribo,
people in our tribe,
Xicrim,
in
Teixeira
Xicrim,
Bacajá,
in
eles têm
Bacajá,
medo
they are
de chegar na
afraid
cidade.
of getting to the city.
Muitos.
Many are afraid,
Mas muitos chegam lá.
but many do
Aí,
go
como
there.
eu,
And then, like
muitos
me,
viajam,
many
muitos não
travel,
viajam.
many
Eu
don't.
sou a única que
I
viaja,
am
né,
the
para
only
falar
one
sobre
that
tudo isso que
travels
está
to
acontecendo
talk
na nossa
about all that, to
região.
tell people
Aí
what's
por isso
happening in
que
our
eles
region.
buscaram para mim
And
vir
that's why
falar
they asked
o que
me
que
to
está
come here and
acontecendo
say
realmente
what is going
na nossa
on, what
região.
is really
Depois que o
going
Belo
on
Monte
in our
chegou,
territory after
antes
Belo
do
Monte
Belo Monte,
arrived, before Belo
antes de Belo
Monte.
Monte chegar
Why?
na nossa
Because
região,
before Belo Monte in our
todo
region,
mundo navegava
everyone
pelo rio,
navigated the river.
fazia as festas nas
They had
aldeias.
their
E hoje a gente não
festivities in
faz
the
mais,
tribes, and
porque a
now we
dificuldade é
can't
muito
anymore
grande,
because it is a
dividido.
very big difficulty. We used to go on the river. We used to reach the other tribe, but now We can't. And the logistics is too expensive, and we can't afford it. That's why I am saying this to you here now, that in this project, I need help. You investigate a little bit more about our project, so that we can educate the youngsters as well, all that. I need help from the commentators to be able to do all that. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Bora sim somar. Alô, bora somar esforços.
Okay, let's make efforts, because it's not something easy. And if Monte was working, but it's not only one turbine is working. Where is Neidinha? If we get the plants, the power plants, they are working 19% of their capacity. So it's another alert here. Okay, Elisângela. Elisângela has a rewarded project for the use of woods, permanently pressured by those who do that illegally. So what is your challenge to have to face this pressure from illegal wood cutting? Well, this pressure is real. It's very difficult for us to be in the community there, doing a work in which we believe, that lets us walk with our heads up. But suddenly, they search for a document that will come from someone who also has a wood cutting company. They have to produce an object, but they need a document. They need to justify where that wood came from. And this, well, this is difficult for us because this is the market that competes with us, the illegal market, where the interest, ambition makes people deforest hundreds and hundreds of lands. Our wood company has the support of Idesam. It is an acronym, but in this acronym, there are people and people like us, people who are interested in our problems, people who have an attentive and careful look at our problems and tries to help us. This is one of the best supports that we can get. Idesam FIINSA, I have to mention FIINSA because they invest on our youngsters, preparing the future leaderships of our people. Because like my friend here has said, she came here with a mission to talk about her territory, and so am I here. I'm also here to talk about our territory, to tell you about our victories and about our challenges. And our success nowadays is to be able to say that ILC Cutting has a partnership with Idesam, has the technical support of Idesam, and has a certification, IFC certification. And I thank Idesam and their partners, because it was through this partnership that we managed to get a structure, and we have now more than 40 families impacted by this work, because we buy the wood correctly. We have the management plan, and we buy the wood to be able to work correctly, to be able to produce furniture which has certified origin and guarantee our clients. And I am very proud to say that we have clients in most of the states in Brazil, and that some countries also are looking for us to know our products and visit us there to be able to understand how we work. So I am very proud to say that we don't have slave work, that we are not devastating the forest, because in the management plan, all the trees, they are in the inventory. So I'm also proud to say that in an activity that we had licensed 238 trees to explore, we explored only 38.
I don't need to deforest to survive in the forest. I need to take care so it doesn't end. And it's really good to know that we are taking care of what belongs to the world. The Amazon rainforest is not only belongs to the riverine, the original peoples, it belongs to the whole world. So we keep thinking we do everything to work legally, and then suddenly we face a market that it's illegal, a clandestine market, but we also have victories, and Inatuba is here to prove that Natu started from a collective brand from our riverine communities that nowadays is not only a collective brand, it's a collective company where people from the Idesam, yes, they are there. But there is also myself in the presidency of the council, and also there are other members and other associations. We are together. I'm slightly offended when people say I'm at the end, and then leaving that behind, I would say that I am at the end, but I'm in the middle now because I'm here representing my community, my people. So these are the things that I will say, let's continue doing that because it's worth it. My son is at home, my grandson is at home also. They are studying, we have technology. The boy keeps continue his studies so he can learn and teach us also to add value to our own knowledge. We must have this constant exchange and this dialogue between the elders and the youth, and that's really necessary. I'm sure that not only in my community but in all the other peoples as well. Thank you. Hello, hello, Amapá.
Estamos aqui.
Where's the man? As if you are using the internet, I'm going to talk a little bit about good news. What is it like, Adesio, that you changed your life? How is the use of internet improving your lives? How important it is to have internet for you and for the PPI itself. Caetano and everybody that's watching me, the internet today is something global. It came here to revolutionize the world, and I'm happy it happened because otherwise we would be behind like we used to be. The internet, people from the forest, it has an immense value because of our university also. We have a hub from the Federal University of Amapá here, and I believe I have never heard anyone saying that in Brazil there is a quilombo, a territory, a hub of universities, and we are privileged to have that in Amapá. We have this hub of the Federal University, is the pedagogy course, where this internet serves, especially so these people in academia benefit from it. At a certain point, we are really grateful and we are very happy because of that. And for example, related to the sales and commercialization of products from family farming, we have projects, as I mentioned before, the PPI, where we use field lands to produce. And also we've got a project together with Conab, where we deliver these products. And all this information are processed through the internet. We need the internet so much. So we are very happy it's here. The community is using that a lot. That's great. I'm going to start the end with you now. Sorry, it's breaking. The sound is breaking. Now we are going to have the chance to speak for over a minute each.
minuto do que você gostaria de falar, que
One
não
minute
falou.
that you would like to say something that you never had the chance to say before. Just do it.
Está aqui enquanto está funcionando.
Então, Caetano, mais uma vez, quero
So,
agradecer pela
Caetano, I would like to thank for the opportunity to spread the word about our culture, our expectations, and also to talk a little bit about my community, which is a community very well known because of the traditional porcelain. If you look in the internet, you are going to see that Quilombo Carmo do Maruanu itself is very well known because of this culture of pottery, his ancestry. This is what I would like to talk about, to say that we need many things in my community, as my colleagues mentioned. We need people to look at us through the public powers and private initiatives. And here, we are here to receive tourists, and also it's a very attractive place for tourism. We have lots of tourists coming to our Quilombo when they come to the capital, and we receive them really well. And we are here for that, and thank you so much for that. If you need anything, we are here. Please give a hand of applause to our Núcleo Quilombola. They are all connected. If you want to know something about it, just go to the internet. And now, what would you like to say in 1 minute that you never had the chance? I would like to thank, talking a little bit about the cooperative, and to say that we work with extractivism from the forest, and the people that are watching us and they are present to come and get to know our work, to learn about it. We need also to take care of the forest, but we need public policies for these people that are there every day taking care of the forest. Our role here, it grew. We grew up in the forest taking care of it. So it's not about the economy, but also education, health, food. So the forest, we have to be very careful with it. And it's not only the traditional peoples that depend on the forest, but everybody that lives in the Amazon, quilombolas, indigenous peoples, riverine peoples, extractivists, we all depend on it. And our subsistence comes from it, our livelihood comes from the forest. So thank you so much.
Minuto, né? Nossa.
It's a minute, right? Wow. I forgot to say that who's in the end, in the furniture, the management plans, they are selling for Júlio Cubo, Fernando Jorge, MoMA, and in the future for Urucuna, right? Júlio. ILC started from a dream, and nowadays it's a reality where we've got alternatives from income generation because we have other things to do with the wood. We are starting now in bio-jewelry and objects of sold objects. These are alternatives that makes us think that we are fulfilling our mission to share. And I would like to leave a quote here for you. It's a quote I use a lot, but I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget, because it's like I knew I was going to have this 1 minute. If it's good for myself and it's not good for you, it's not good for anyone. Think about your attitudes. Today I heard a lot of things, and something touched me related to inequality and gender inequality. It's not gender equality, it's people equality. We must look at each other without knowing, without thinking it's male or female. It's people made from the same type of flesh with the same attributes, and even some better than others, but we can actually look at each other as human beings, as people, not related to sex. And let's look at the peoples. We are brothers and sisters, or do you think we are not? We live in a single planet. Outside of it, it's when we go, when we die, that's when we leave this planet. But while we are here, we are brothers and sisters, and our attitudes will reflect climate change and climate injustice. I made a video where I was shouting, why didn't they change the election dates? Because in the city, you go easily to vote, but in the countryside, we had mud, hot mud, in a few places. It reached the knees, and the other ones, our belly buttons. But it's our duty as citizens, and we went there and we voted. We must learn how to vote urgently, because what's going to happen to our state, municipalities, or country if I don't learn how to vote? No politician is God. He is an employee of the people. He is an employee of the people. We must be aware of that. When they ask you to vote for them, they are asking for a job because they're going to have a good salary, dignity. So they must do what they are supposed to do. If we fight for our everyday bread, if we fight to give food and clothes to our children, why they don't do that? Why we don't go to the assemblies to watch and the municipalities to watch, to the audiences? I was tired of inviting people to come with me, and people say, I'm not coming because I don't want to go there to listen to any more lies. That's why they lie, because you're not there. It's our right to say if it's right or wrong. But nevertheless, I'm over my 1 minute. Thank you for your attention. And once again, I'd like to thank you, Idesam, FIINSA. Thank you. And I also make a plea here. As RDS, they need to be, they want to be monitored more closely. This is how we lose our strength. We have public bodies to fight illegality, so thank you.
O microfone é teu.
Voltando a falar de novo.
Talking again here.
É muito bom. Muita gente
It's
fala
really
assim
good.
sobre minha economia, né?
A lot of people say, oh, my economy, but many people don't realize what's happening. We, indigenous women, we work with the forest. We work with Paraguaçu coconut, and we also extract oil from babaçu. Our project is our investment. It's where we get our livelihood from. The impact of Belo Monte gave to us, and we have to do our own projects to survive. Nowadays, all of that's happening is we want the people to see that. I'm sorry. There is a lot of things I don't understand. I don't know how to speak Portuguese really well. If it was in my language, I would say everything I feel. but in Portuguese, I don't understand enough. A lot of things I don't know how to say. So in our project, I would like people, investors, invest in our project to help us. Young people to train women, to train youngsters. So we can sell our quality products. A lot of indigenous people don't know what quality products are. So if you tell them you have to sell a product quality, they will ask me, what is that? And I will have to explain to them.
Fala assim, os meninos do Teixeira Bacajá tem que vender o produto de qualidade.
Menina Teixeira Capajá, they have to sell quality products. The painting, the oil, so many things we work.
Elas não entendem. Então eu queria muito
And they don't understand.
Essas pessoas, investidores, investissem em nosso projeto para a gente
Invested in our project so we could capacitate Menina, and all the youngsters at Apex. That's what I really would like to say.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you.
Bora conversar com ela hoje, amanhã e investir nesse projeto aí, ó.
Let's talk to her today and tomorrow. Let's invest in this project. It's a lot, people. We have to talk. We feel like, and we look at the timer, and we know we are not going to be able to express everything we wanted, but.
Mas só continuando a falar quando
Just
ele me perguntou sobre o
continuing,
impacto,
when he asked me about the pressures we suffered, there are many, and I didn't have time to mention all of that, but we suffered pressure from the palm and wood, the farming, soy. Just for you to have an idea, in the regions where there is a lot of palm, they use so many chemical products to control the plagues. In the first rains of the winter times, all this residue kill our fish, and when people have showers, they get allergies and itches all over their bodies. So we would like to find new ways to this region. Our company worries a lot about it, and we can see it's being fruitful already. People are planting things that were, people are cultivating things that were extinct before. We are giving support, it's breaking.
Para replantar essas áreas, né, que já estavam praticamente
to replant these areas with single cultures, açaípes, for example. We've got all this, we are thinking about it to find new ways and new alternatives of income. We want to live, we want to continue preserving the forest, but we also would like to have dignity and access to basic health services and education, sanitation. For example, today in the Acará River, we have 2 cities on the riverbank, and all the sewage is not treated and it goes inside the city. So we used to drink the water from this river, shower in it, and that's polluted. Well, today, in some time periods of the year, we have reactions, even when we have to take showers. So we would like to minimize the negative impacts that came up. I think that's the reality of many that are here. And another thing I would like to say is about the price of our products. Our colleagues here work with many types of products, and sometimes when when talk about our product, when I'm going to offer a kilogram of Brazil nuts to people would say it's too expensive, but people don't have idea how many kilometers people walked on to collect this Brazil nuts. You know, our production costs in the factory, how much we paid this product for the producer. This is why we are suffering. Sometimes we are a little afraid of the legacy I would like to leave to my community is that to leave examples that it is possible to be an entrepreneur, to generate life quality and development without deforesting the forest and taking care of all the richness we have in the Amazon. That's it.
A round of applause. Okay, they will take the picture. Where doing speaks louder than words. Okay, let's go out for lunch.
Obrigada, Caetano. Obrigada
Thank you, Caetano. Thank you, all panelists. Now we will have an official picture. This was our final panel. Now we can have lunch. Our lunch will be in the main stage where you have been through, where there are hammocks for everyone, there's space. We will have lunch for everyone.
Muita tranquilidade nesse momento, né? Algumas filhinhas, mas
We will have a few queues, but life is like that. We will be back at 2:15, about 2:15. Obviously, we will respect lunchtime so that everyone can have lunch. But thinking about 2:15 is the time we will start again. And in the afternoon, it's very important to remind you that all panels will be in the rooms. So we will not be back here. We will go to the rooms. And it is important for you to check the program so that you know what has been going on in the other rooms. So for now, please go to the main stage where we will have our lunch. I would also like to remind you that our lunch is being offered by Cozinha Boca da Mata. It's a kitchen that is basically done by volunteer indigenous women who prepare 350 meals. These meals are distributed freely once a week, so enjoy.
Aproveito também para convidá-los a
I also
consumirem, a
would like to
visitarem os
invite you
espaços
to
do
visit
Mercado da
all the
Amazônia,
spaces
que está lá
of
no
the
hall
Mercado da
principal.
Amazônia,
São mais de
Amazonian
50
Market.
marcas,
There are more
produtos
than
da
50
Amazônia,
brands and products
entre as áreas de
from the
alimentícios,
Amazon.
cosmética,
We have
moda,
food,
estilo,
cosmetics, fashion, style,
casa, de tudo um pouco.
home
Então é isso,
articles.
pessoal. Nos
There's a little for
encontramos no
everyone.
palco
So see
principal,
you in the
lá no
main
meio, lá na
stage,
entrada.
right at
Hoje
the
teremos o nosso
entrance,
almoço,
where we'll have
muito
our
espaço
lunch
também para
there. A lot of
descanso,
space to
para
rest,
networking, para conversar
to
um
do
pouquinho. Esse
networking,
é o
to talk to
momento
people you
de
know when you
muita
don't know.
interação.
This is the time
E
for
às
interaction. And at 2:15, about 2:15, we will be
para sua
back,
respectiva sala.
and you will then go
ligados na
to the rooms
programação.
you would like to watch. Okay? So keep up with the program. Thank you.
eu encerro. Fala só para a galera do Zoom aí que eu encerro aqui.